Good morning, namaskar, adab, sat sri akal, vanakkam, khama ghani, kem cho, kashakai, vande mataram to all the dignitaries and participants who are participating today in the second and the concluding day of regional conference on e-governance jointly organized by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, DARPG, Government of India, and General Administration Department, Administrative Reforms, and O&M, Government of Maharashtra. मैं निधि सुजलाम सुफलाम महाराष्ट्र राज्य की इस भव्य राजधानी, देश की वित्तीय, आर्थिक और वाणिज्यिक राजधानी मुंबई में आप सबका तहे दिल से इस्तकबाल करती हूं, अभिनंदन करती हूं, स्वागत करती हूं. Yesterday we had some really engaging, enthralling, enlightening, enriching, enigmatic sessions on e-governance, be it the session on startups by Srivatsa Krishna sir or the session by Chokhalingam sir on the best practices of Government of Maharashtra, or a very inspiring inaugural address of Honorable CM of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Ji Shinde sir, for providing accessible, affordable and accountable government through digital initiative. To carry on the vision and vigor of yesterday, I now invite Shri Swadhina Kshatriya sir, the former Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, who has a rich experience of administration, to chair the first session of today's conference on the theme of digital institutions, digital secretariats. I also invite Srimati Sujata Sonik ma'am, Additional Chief Secretary AR and O&M, Government of Maharashtra, who is an IAS officer of 1987 batch and who has painstakingly taken efforts, enormous efforts to organize this 2 days conference. Ma'am will be speaking on secretariat upgradation in Maharashtra. Next, I invite Srimati Rachna Srivastav, Deputy Director General, NIC, who will throw light on e-office initiatives. Next in line is Sri Parthasarthi Bhaskar sir, Deputy Secretary DARPG, to give insights on CSMOP, Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedures 2022. Now I request Honorable Swadhina Kshatriya sir to take over from here and start the first inaugural session. Thank you, sir. May we have a huge round of applause for the first session of today.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you very much, Nidhi, for that introduction. And I welcome all of you today morning. Zara volume वाढवा, कोण आहे तिकडे? Volume वाढव जरा. I welcome all of you today for the second day. And I was telling in the morning to Mr. Srinivas and to Sujata that I'm so happy with the speed at which this conference has been organized. It was a chance visit to Srinivas about 1.5 months ago in Delhi, when we were started preparing the manual of good governance. And I thought that if good governance and e-governance, which are so intrinsically linked to each other, is to be brought in focus, a kind of a regional conference in Mumbai, sharing of experiences would be the best way to put the focus on good governance. And I'm grateful to both of them, to Government of India and to Government of Maharashtra, for having organized this conference. And we have learnt a lot. The committee members are here. The Honorable Chairman has also come. And I'm sure all of you are gaining a lot. What I found since yesterday is the speed at which e-governance and digital transformation is taking place. Hardly had I woken up from the unleashed of technology that I saw yesterday. In the morning, I read a brilliant article by Dr. Krishna, who had to go back yesterday. And I'm sure many of you may have read in the morning. And his argument is that ChatGPT is likely to be used for governance purposes. Now, this is a new challenge. So I was telling Bakshi and I was telling some other members also that I am worried about the manual that we are writing may become outdated very fast. Look at the changes that are taking place. And how do we keep pace? So his argument is that a recent demo has shown how ChatGPT can help a farmer navigate websites, fill a form, and get a service. And it translates from local language into English. And further, that citizen services can be delivered using blockchain and artificial intelligence. Yesterday we had a presentation from my young colleague Karthikeyan of how he has used artificial intelligence to monitor the quality and the progress of roads. So this is the kind of change that is coming up. So we have a big challenge. Let me hear from the panelists. What roadmap are they suggesting for bringing about a digital secretariat? Because our impression of secretariat is full of files, meetings all the time, problem of institutional memory. Because in the earlier times, we had people in offices who had tremendous encyclopedia kind of a memory. But now we have a law, a legislation in Maharashtra whereby it is mandated that transfers will have to be done on a regular basis. So you land up in a department as a secretary and you ask as a housing secretary, what is a TDR? In which direction can it flow? What is an FSI? What are the rules? They all say, sir, I have come from agriculture, I have come from education, I have come from social justice. So we need to have now a digital secretariat to meet these challenges. We have a very short span of time available today because we are going to have the Honorable Deputy CM gracing the conference. So I invite, first of all, we'll have Additional Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, Sujata Sonik, who has, along with Srinivas, put good governance and e-governance on a fast track. And I'm very happy that the revised version of the Manual of Office Procedures combining e-governance and what the Government of India has been able to do in a new version of our Manual of Office Procedures. And I would request, also we'll be followed by Srimati Rachna Srivastava. I read that we have requested Rachna Srivastava to help us in introducing the e-office version of 7.0, and we are looking forward to that. And I also look forward to a presentation on the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedures by my friend Parthasarthi Bhaskar. Each one of them, I will say, will have approximately about 10 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, warm welcome to everyone for this first session. I will once again welcome everyone, respected chair, respected members of the Good Governance Committee, Secretary DARPG, all my colleague secretaries, dear participants. There are several senior secretaries from different states. Indeed, it's a pleasure for us to be here together, and also other colleagues who have joined from startups and other organizations. A very warm welcome to you once again. So I must first of all say that, we are taking baby steps when it comes to moving towards e-governance. Successive secretaries before me, and if I look at my incumbency board, almost all officers, my seniors have handled this responsibility in the past, and they have all made efforts to introduce digital governance and e-governance in Maharashtra. I can say that from the time I joined service, this initiative is underway. And it is thanks to the push that we received, the impetus I should say, we received from the DRPG department and personally from Srinivasji, that we have come this far. So hopefully we will go the whole way. And as you all heard yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister in fact announced that by 1st of April we will all start working on a digital platform. So now I have hope that we will be able to achieve this work. So before I say more, I have a very short video to show that gives you a sense of how things are in Mantralaya, which is our secretariat. It's a very old building, it's more than 70 years old, and it is really the seat of government. And I will just show us a small video, what little baby steps we have taken to free up very expensive real estate for use. The last cabinet we had was a full cabinet, and we did not have space even for our ministers' offices. Such was the condition. And archiving of files is a very big challenge I think all of us face. And so I feel very happy that we are moving towards digital archiving, which will definitely help us to solve our problems in the coming months. Hopefully it is months and not years. So, yeah, you can start. So this is our Mantralaya building, iconic building in Nariman Point. Myself, I've been there now for 10 years. So many of my colleagues have spent longer time in this building. Please start. Yeah. So as you can see, I said in my presentation also yesterday that every year we are adding about 1,200 cupboards to our building. So structurally, how much load we are bringing onto the building, that is also a little worrisome. And on the left-hand side, you can see how even after renovation, after the fire that took place in Mantralaya, we underwent a massive upliftment, and we have a pretty decent building now. But you can see on the left-hand side how many cupboards are loaded over there. And we have, on the right side, you can see that we have tried to free up this space, and we have done a lot of weeding of these files. I think we moved out about 10 to 11 trucks of material out after weeding. It's a painstaking job and nobody wants to really do it. And I'm sure that this might be resonating with other states as well. We also renovated our lobby, the main lobby, and now we have a fairly decent entrance to the building. In fact, several entrances are there, but this is the main lobby. We also renovated our auditorium. This is called the Parishad Sabhagrah. It has a decent capacity of about 150 people, and we have recently renovated. Now we use it for interactions with our officers. In fact, Kshatriya sir, in his role as the IIPA chair of Maharashtra, we organize talks here, and some of these talks have been in the recent past very well received. So we talk to our own cadre officers here, both state services and all India services. Again, you can see on the left-hand side, how the lifts and how the area around the lift was so congested. Although that has been opened up, and more and more space has been created. Cabins have also been improved, and more ventilation and light has been introduced into these small cabins, and we now have actually a centralized air conditioning system which is working well in both the buildings. We have actually 3 buildings of Mantralaya: the main building, the second building, and then there is a new administrative building. And here you can see how office spaces, you see on the left, people are sitting in a room which is blocked off by cupboards. So there is no light, no ventilation, and obviously nobody will want to stay the whole 8 hours in that little space that he has or she has been given. So we have opened it all out, removed the cupboards, and created modular style of offices where people can sit more comfortably. There is good amount of light and air movement inside. This, I think, all of us would have at some point of time seen in our journey, that, files are put and then sometimes we never open that cupboard again. So this is the way record was lying in Mantralaya. With the help of our other colleagues in GAD, they were very, very helpful. Because GAD is a big department and there are 8 secretaries there and at least 2 ACSs are there. So all together we worked. And also with the help of PWD, because they helped us to create these racks and give us the manpower to actually do the shifting. And they also took out the extra material once we had started doing the weeding. So all this has been done. But actually this record room that you see on the right hand side, that also needs to be taken care of. We have run out of space now. We don't have more space to even archive it properly. And digital display of air quality, weather indicators, we have tried to put some little greenery in the area we have, because most of the area is concretized. There is shortage of parking, so we don't have much space for greenery, but we try our best to put little bit of relief in our building. More importantly, I would like to mention here, sir, for your knowledge as well, that we recently took out a circular in which we put the responsibility on each desk, that a desk has to keep a record of the number of files that they are having in their custody, and also maintain a record of the file, where it has gone, where it is currently located. And the custodian of the files of a particular desk is the desk officer. And we have also insisted that whenever a file is moving, it should be through digital signature. This is to avoid missing files and loss of important files, which we have faced in the past. And this circular has really helped to bring back some semblance of order, which was not there earlier. And part of the reason why all these things are happening today, if I may just share my own thoughts here, is that so much of new work has been added. There are so many new schemes, so many new dashboards, and so many new indicators that the staff find it very difficult to manage the information flow. And when we did the training in the month of December, we did about 6 trainings. Madam, you will be happy to know, after your last visit to Mumbai, we introduced training for our officers in Mantralaya. The attendance was very good, and the officers showed keen interest to move towards a digital platform, because they also realize now that they are unable to handle the flow of paper through their office. Every time the Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister are in Mantralaya, we have about 5,000 to 7,000 visitors, and we receive about 3,000 to 5,000 letters. So if they come thrice in a week, you can just imagine the flow of paper. And now our staff has realized that they are not able to handle this flow of paper, and 15 days is not enough time to take action on those requests. So they have very much accepted to do e-Tapal using e-Office, and we now are starting the process of transition to 7.0. My colleague Secretary IT has started that process, and I'm sure that, and we have issued a circular where we have said that all these letters that are received from the applicants have to be digitized, and therefore action has to be done on an e-file. So this is just a short description of the efforts we are making. We still have miles to go, and hopefully with the support of everybody and the momentum that we are getting with this regional conference on e-governance, hopefully things will move on a faster pace. So sir, I will stop here, because in the next session there will be another film on how e-office is being introduced and used in Mantralaya. So I will not now take more time and hand over to Mrs. Srivastav. So I invite you, madam, to please come to the podium. Thank you very much.
I was asking Madam Rachna as to whether e-Office 7.0 has been introduced in Government of India. She says yes, in all ministries. So हमने पूछा, when is it going to come to Maharashtra Secretariat? She promises me that by April it's going to come. There'll be a migration which will be required. So we are looking forward. That's the speed I want. And it's a challenge for these 2-3 people of the manual committee, because whatever we were thinking, आप तो action में करके बता रही हैं. One of our first deliberations was that the manual of office procedures need to be updated. They are already ready before we complete our report. We said that e-office needs to be ushered into Mantralaya, They are already ready, not only 6, but they are moving towards 7.0. So give us some more good news of how you are going to convert our secretariat into a digital secretariat. Please.
Presentation, as I have only 10 minutes before I start. So thank you, sir. The distinguished speakers on the dais and august gathering in the audience, I feel honored to have come and deliver this session on e-office. And I take care of e-office implementation, its development and its roadmap for government in the country. And I feel happy to say that e-office has been implemented in nearly 700 plus organizations of the government, 28 secretariats, around 300 districts, and all central ministries and department. And in central ministries and department, out of 84, there are around 8 or 9 now pending to be converted into version 7. So why the need for version 7? As you know that the e-office was initiated way back in 2009, but it dates back to 2004 when it was known as file tracking system. So there was nothing electronic at that time. The physical files were moving and we were only tracking the movement so that at least where the file is known. And in 2009, the first version of e-office was brought. But that was 9 technology, and augmenting it with the change requests and the feedback, it became extremely difficult to maintain in that technology. So we started in 2017 in the tools and technologies relevant at that time. However, the rollout happened in the middle of Corona. So the largest implementation of e-office version 7 happened in 2020, June 15th. It was inaugurated for 50,000 users of Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. That was 50,000 users all trained on OVC, and they went live on 15th of June 2020. And it was during this period only we realized the full potential of e-office with 2 technologies. The one was the digital signature technology and the e-sign, plus the inter-instance transfer of files, which means that if 2 organizations are on e-office, then they could share the file. So when lockdown was announced on 23rd March 2020, government did not stop. They worked from their respective homes using web VPN technology, so they were not on internet because e-office is restricted on intranet only. It's not available on internet. So web VPN gave them the facility to work from their home, and inter-instance file movement. They don't have to transfer the physical file from one organization to another. They could straight away do on e-office platform. With e-sign technology, web VPN technology, they could work on e-office, straight away transferring files. And it was during this period, the growth of e-office was unprecedented. People started using it. They did not have to touch the papers. So coupled with fear of Corona, e-office saw unprecedented growth. So let me straight away take you to the presentation. I know many of you are already using. Still, for the unversed, I will quickly run through the presentation. Next, please. Yeah. So we know that in government, as madam you said, we generate humongous amount of papers, and it becomes extremely difficult to manage those papers. When we all know, when we have 2 children, we can always manage. But when they are 10, we don't care wherever they run, play around. So with lots of paper and files, to manage them, to archive them properly, it is important that we have some system to support. Next, please. So the challenges are all known to us. You mentioned about fire. You mentioned about the loss of files, searching, the storage. How do you keep all these papers safely for times in future is important. Next, please. Thank you. So next, please. Next. Yeah. So it's based on the Central Secretariat Manual of e-office procedures from the RPG. And we know it enhances efficiency, transparency. It promotes less paper office with greater collaboration and knowledge sharing. And it is a single product. So it's easier for me as a developer to maintain the code. So fast tracking the government's decision making. Next. Yeah. So basically what it shows is that e-file is the important star package of the application, but there is one more product which can be used a lot. As you mentioned, lot of paper, the knowledge in an organization, how it stays with one person, why it should be with one person. So you can use knowledge management system to create knowledge, to make that knowledge available to everybody, to search from that knowledge. That is our KMS. And work from anywhere portal actually helps you onboard all the departmental application to the single window portal. That is work from anywhere portal. Next, please. Yeah, so it's a slide which is very, generic. That initially, if you could see that in a file, you are writing noting the first file in the first box by hand. Then you were using typically typewriters to type the first note. After that, you again will start writing with hand. But then comes the word processor. So you could save your note to be used again and again in future. And lastly, it is the e-office. So you can see that in the first three boxes, a person is taking the file on a motorbike to another building. Whereas in case of the last box, the files are not at all moved. They are just transferred between systems. Next, please. So basically, it's a workflow-based system, diarization of inward receipt or a letter. You create files, notings, and drafts for approval, inter-instance and intra-instance, department movements of files and the papers, digital signing, searching of files, closing of files, and then it interfaces with the external systems. Many of the departments have their internal applications for their domains. So those domains can come to e-office for approval in files. So they may have a system for procurement of something, etc., or maybe sending people on scholarships or studies abroad. So they can do all that in their internal system, but when they have to come and take approval on files, the system interfaces with the external applications. Next, please. So I'm skipping this. It's just that when an office gets a paper, they scan the paper, they browse and diarize it in the system. When I say browse and diarize, they need to give important information about the paper, what paper has come, from whom it has come, which department, which officer, and a number is generated. That number is important because that's the number on which you can track. Then if you need to move that paper in the workflow in your organization, just move the paper. But let's say at some point in time you decide to take action on that paper, you may insert it in a file. You create a file and then you start writing notings, digitally signing, and then moving in the system. At some point in time when the decisions are arrived at, you can generate a letter and send it to the original letter sender. So that's the entire workflow of a paper which has come to an office to a paper which has gone out of office, and in between the decisions recorded in the file. Next, please. Yeah. So you can see that's how an electronic file looks like. Next, please. Yeah. So I just take a minute on this new version of e-file. As I mentioned that 2009 was the first version of e-office. But since then, a lot of technological changes, it was important for us to migrate to come out on the latest tools and technologies. And as 2004 FTS-based systems, all data was brought into the 2009 system of electronic files. And subsequently till all versions which have come. So we needed to clean this data. We needed to clean the underlying structures. So the new version of eOffice version 7 is on latest tools and technologies. It has redesigned the user experience and the user interface, and many processes have been introduced. So as we have arranged some trainings, as you want to go live from 1st of April, Madam, I request for me to move Maharashtra Secretariat onto version 7. Kindly provision me the required infrastructure, because that's the only challenge. The day you give me the infrastructure, I will require 3 to 4 days of downtime, depending upon the size of your documents and your database. I will migrate you. And the fact of the matter is that the way you use eOffice older version, you still will be able to use it in version 7. But trainings we will parallelly conduct. But a file is coming into my inbox, I read it and I forward it in the system is what? I mean, fish to water, right? But we'll conduct. So just only one request, kindly give that infrastructure to me as soon as possible so that I can make you live before 1st of April. You may launch it after that time, but that infrastructure is a precondition for me to migrate. So these are some of the features of the new version. Next, please. Yeah, these are the screenshots. Many people said that the old version of eOffice had only 2 windows. So if you write on the left window, on the right side you can see either your notings previous or the correspondence or the draft. So we decided to break the system into 4 halves. You can see in the top left corner the old notings. In the bottom left corner you can write your current noting, and the right side, the top quadrant, right top quadrant, you can see the correspondence list, and the bottom right corner the correspondence. So you have all the 4. You can increase any of these quadrant to full length and do whatever you want to do. So some kind of changes in the GUI, and moreover in the previous version you could work on one file at a time. But you don't work like that in your desk environment. You can have multiple files open on your desk and work with them. So in the latest version you can have multiple tabs for files. You can go to any tab. So some of the improvement. Next, please. Yeah. So it's an inbox. Next, please. I mean, these are some of the visuals. I will leave the slides with the group here. They can be shared. It's localized, so you can have your Maharashtrian eOffice. You need to give me the labels. Right now you are seeing the English labels. Government of Karnataka has given its vocabulary. So there is Kannada eOffice. So we can help converting the Maharashtra Secretariat eOffice to Marathi eOffice. But I need that language, the menu commands, and we can very quickly do this. Next, please. You can still type your noting in Marathi. So entering your noting comments in your own language was anyway earlier also available. But yeah, I'm talking of the eOffice application itself. Next, please. You can sign multiply. Sometimes minutes of meetings are required to be signed by the committee. So multiple people can sign on the draft in the latest version. Next, please. Bilingual language, English, Hindi. So architecture you can script. Kindly. Next, please. As I mentioned about the knowledge management system, the easiest example which could come to my mind, if you have a circular coming out of an office, what were you doing? You were sending the circulars to each and every officer. But now you can put it on the notice board and it's available for everybody to see it right there. And you can create the documents, share the documents, give rights to people to whom they can broadcast. They can create their own groups in which they can share the knowledge or with the entire office, etc. Next, please. These are the features of the KMS. Next, please. This is the work from anywhere portal. If you look at it, it has the widgets in between where you can have calendar, your social media handles. On the left side is the e-file. Why should I go to eOffice if I have no files? So this will show an alert. If whatever new files I have received, I can see it in the e-file widget. And I will go into eOffice only if I need to go. They are all single sign-on enabled. So you don't have to log in into eOffice or work from anywhere portal again and again. Only one time you log in into either of these applications and you can straight away go into the other one. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So as I mentioned that eOffice is integrated by means of API with external systems. So, I think 2-3 years back, the government ministries and departments were requesting dependency to be shown on their dashboards. So we created rich set of APIs from eOffice, and the individual ministries' dashboards and their portals they were getting information from eOffice. So that was the read information. Similarly, from their external system, one can push into eOffice and then take approvals. I am just closing, sir. Next. Next. Yeah. The enhancements which we are doing is ease of working in eSign. Right now, you have to type the entire Aadhaar for doing digital signatures using eSign technology. But with the new version, which is about to be rolled out, you just have to do only create an Aadhaar pin. Only register it once. After that, you don't have to type your Aadhaar again and again. Just give the pin, followed by an OTP, and the system will sign. So that is the next enhancement. Next, please. This is audit management system. Once we came on eOffice, how will audit of files will happen? So this is another system which has been developed and is in the process of being rolled out. Next, please. Yeah. So this is the record management system. How do you archive your files? So we had physical archival system already as part of eOffice, but we are now talking of electronic files and their archival. Next, please. Yeah, I kindly skip through. Next. Yeah, outcomes are already known. Next, please. Next, click. The values didn't come. Sorry, that last slide had the figures of its implementation across the country. As I mentioned, 700 plus organizations are onboarded on eOffice, all central ministries, department, and around 300 central government organizations, and rest are the state government installations. Thank you very much. I hope I overshot my time. Percentage in terms of, if you are asking, 28 secretariats of the, yeah. So rest of the state governments, sir, they are on different processes, different stages of onboarding on eOffice. So sometimes they take it and then there is a lull period, but then they again get up. So when I say 28 secretariat, in the full-fledged eOffice is running. So that is the secretariat.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Sorry, I overshot my time.
I feel bad that you have had to cut it short. Now we can have Bhaskar. But I must mention you, ma'am, that your NIC team in Mumbai is fantastic. We have had series of presentations from them, and they taught us many new things. I very proudly told them we are having digital signatures and everything and storing it in DigiLocker. They said, it's outdated. Now you got to move to a blockchain. So thanks for updating us, and now I invite Mr. Bhaskar that within about 10 to 15 minutes you may please make a presentation.
Yep, I'll thank you to the chair. Thank you to Additional Chief Secretary ma'am for hosting us wonderfully for the last 2 years. We're very thankful. I must thank Secretary DRPG for giving me this opportunity. A rider before I give this presentation is, I'm giving a presentation on the CSMOP 2022. It's been entirely authored by Secretary DRPG himself, so any follow-up questions, you can please give Secretary DRPG. So, can I have the PPT, please? While we wait for the PPT, you could recall a discussion with the Additional Secretary. Yeah, next. Keep clicking. Next. Next. Yeah, so you recall a discussion with the Additional Secretary DARPG had yesterday about e-governance in government. Does the regulation come first or the procedure come first? So I think DARPG has come up with this book which keeps updating every couple of years. I've left a couple of copies with the DARPG table there. If anyone is interested, they can take the couple of copies there. I'll go very quickly about the CSMOP, the need for a CSMOP. It comes with quite a lot of history attached, and the most significant reforms in Government of India of the last couple of years have been incorporated in the CSMOP 2022. I'll mention a few slides about that. And finally, I think Additional Chief Secretary ma'am mentioned about the record retention and the file reading procedures. They've been fairly outlined quite granularly in the CSMOP. I'm sure Madam's CSMOP also will incorporate things like that. Next, please. So, as I said, this is the book. It provides guidelines and instructions for the conduct of official business in Government of India. It covers organization powers, functions of Central Secretariat, and procedures for the preparation, circulation, and disposal. So the basic principle is efficiency to a large extent depends on following adequate processes. And we cannot follow adequate processes unless we have an established manual in place. Hence the CSMOP, which is constantly updated. Next. So these are the considerations which every bureaucrat has to look at. You look at speed, transparency, and quality, but you balance all of these with propriety. So that, again, is the fundamental building block of any decision making. Next. So why do we need a CSMOP? It's pretty self-explanatory. You need a uniform approach. You need awareness among cutting-edge levels, not just at the highest level or the middle management level. And you need institutional memory, right? And you need that your procedures are put on paper. So you are broad-basing your scope of decentralization. So all the departmental instructions, you have RBI coming out with master circulars once in every couple of years, so you don't need to hunt behind each individual circular. DOPT does that, DERPG does that in this book. This is an established practice of good governance. Next. Next. So a little bit about the CSMOP. It has, as I said, a lot of colonial history also attached. It owes its origins to the administration of Lord Curzon, who wanted to emphasize on the need for a permanent record which needs to be preserved, for department to have a memory. File notings were kept separately from the correspondence portion, and flag file system was adopted way back in 1899. So these secretariat instructions with Lord Curzon's memorandum in 1899 paved the way for the first CSMOP in Central Secretariat, which was way back in 1955. This manual I'm carrying right now is the 16th edition of the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure. Next. So the innovative thing about this manual is, as Madam Rachna Srivastava said, e-office also owes its existence to the Central Secretariat e-office Manual of Procedure. So with this book, it combines the e-office Manual of Office Procedure and the General Office Manual of Office of Procedure. And you can see, I've just given you a small screenshot there. So you can see the item in blue is wherever we are talking about e-office, how to handle the files in e-office. You can see the other items is all talking about general files. The items in blue are where we are talking about e-office. So in a concise book of 200 pages, you are covering e-office procedures and general office procedures. That is the idea. So all the procedures laid in earlier manuals have kind of been dovetailed with this new office, e-office applications. Next, please. So I'll just go through very, very quickly about a few features which we look at in the CSMOP. You look at management of incoming papers, darks and receipts. You look at one of the fundamental sine qua non of a digital secretariat is a digital CRU where you digitize papers. So how do you digitize papers? What is the appropriate scanning quality? Everything is actually mentioned in the CSMOP, right? And what are the responsibilities of a dealing officer, of a section officer? You also have what are the responsibilities of the personal staff to the minister, the PS, things like that. Next, please. You have file management systems. We don't just look at physical files now. In Government of India, the number of e-files are almost 3 or 4 times the number of physical files. So we're looking at how do you manage e-files, and we're also looking at how do you get rid of e-files. So we've issued instructions in that, even in e-files. So we look at referencing, docketing, linking, transferring, you name it, it is all there in the CSMOP. Next, please. So one important part of this book is we have incorporated most of the administrative reforms undertaken by DERPG in 2020 and 2021. So as you can see, one of the most significant reforms in DERPG has been inclusion of 4 aspects of increasing in efficiency in decision making. The 4 aspects of delayering, delegation, desk officer system, and digitization all find place in the CSMOP. I'll not go into details of what constitute these 4 Ds. But next is, Government of India over the past couple of years has gone into disposal of pending matters. We have the special campaign 1.0. which was held in 2021. Recently, we finished a special campaign 2.0 from October 1 to October 31st, where we had a record number of files being weeded out, a record number of amount of money being generated as revenue. So all that also finds place in the CSMOP. As I keep coming back, it gives a procedure to the reforms which we are undertaking in Government of India. So we also have, once we're looking at record retention schedules, you also have to ask, what about historical records? I'm sure Government of Maharashtra also has a lot of historical records. You just cannot weed them out. So what do you do with them? So you have an accession procedure in the Civil Service Manual of Office procedure, where in Government of India, we go to the National Archives of India, and we categorize records into category A, B, and C, depending on the historical importance and the value they give. So the CSMOP also outlines all of these. Next, please. So regarding decision making, transaction of business rules, what files need to be moved to the cabinet, what require interministerial consultations, how is a standard process sheet to be documented, how do you make noting. All these again are separately chapterized in the CSMOP. Next, please. So again, you have guidelines on drafting communications forms and channels. How do you, for example, there are extracts on what do you do if you receive oral instructions. How do you make oral instructions on file? Whose approval do you take? What about interdepartmental communications? Under what head can interdepartmental communications go? How do you communicate with attached and subordinate officers? What is the proper procedure to publish an official memorandum in the Gazette of India? All this again is also mentioned in the CSMOP. Next. So as DDG NIC was saying, the knowledge and record management system of NIC, the backbone for that is again the CSMOP. So how to make a note for a successor, list of important documents you need, and what documents need to be retained. We have an illustrative list of records which we say that you need to maintain for permanent retention. So every department are encouraged to look at the CSMOP and make their own illustrative list. Obviously, they have to go for the record retention register in collaboration with NAI. NAI has to vet that. But this is again gives you a very, very broad view on what records to keep, what not to keep. Next, please. So the CSMOP Chapter 16 also prepares guidelines for inspecting each department. As you can see, there are a series of questionnaires, there are a series of documents, there are a series of VIP cases. How do you monitor VIP cases, the registers to be maintained? In e-office, obviously, you don't need to have a separate register for VIP references. The moment you diarize a receipt, you can immediately say whether it's a VIP reference or a normal reference. And within the VIP reference, you can whether you say it's a parliamentary reference or not parliamentary reference. So this part has become much, much easier with e-office, obviously. Next, please. So, as I said, you also need some legalese on how do you treat classified papers, confidential ID notes, PMO ID notes. What is the procedure? From which level can a ID note be generated? Like from a deputy secretary level, I cannot initiate a note to the Prime Minister's office. It has to go from at least joint secretary level. So things like that are again documented in the CSMOP. Next, please. So as I mentioned, this is the one of the most marquee reforms undertaken by the DARPG. This is delayering, which reducing the channel of submissions to less than 4 in Government of India, delegation of financial powers, desk officer system, and digitization. All DARP has issued multiple circulars for this. In fact, it has issued one consolidated circular for all of these. But all of these, again, independently find a place in the CSMOP. Next, please. So the CSMOP also nudges departments to, adopt incremental reforms. We are advising to make available on the website the channel of submission. We advise to make, who's who. You see, most departments in Government of India, you open the channel of submission, you see that for different subjects, you see how many layers they go through. So I actually can go to Department of Health and say for drug regulation, how many layers is the decision being made on. So it's very transparent. So that is the basis of that is the instructions given by DARPG and the CSMOP. So as you can look at the last instruction, you say each ministry shall identify that work can be handled in a more effective and efficient manner by optimal use of a desk officer system. This is again an initiative which DARPG under Secretary has done, is we are pushing ministries to adopt a desk officer system. A desk officer system basically is a more functional role given to an undersecretary level officer, so that he can report directly to the joint secretary. He can cut through the layers of, and he doesn't need to go to the channel of submission, the traditional channel of submission. Next, please. So these are a couple of activities we have done post the CSMOP. For example, so it has not been reflected in the CSMOP. As and when the CSMOP will be updated, this will probably reflect. I'm just mentioning it to give you an idea of that reform is a continuous process. We had mandated all ministries to discontinue interdepartmental reference in physical form. This mandate has come from the Cabinet Secretary directly. We have given an office memorandum on how to handle e-records. Right? We have given a detailed schedule for migration to e-office till March 2023. All offices in Government of India will be under e-office. We have given a self-assessment form, which is a periodic form to all ministries in Government of India, to understand how they are doing when it comes to delegation, delayering, and implementation of desk officer system. We recently convened the National Experience Sharing Workshop on 23rd December under the chairmanship of Cabinet Secretary, which specifically looked at the initiative for increasing efficiency. Next, please. So other points in CSMOP you can look at is the knowledge management dashboard in e-office. As I said, the backbone is the CSMOP. So the idea is to consolidate all instructions on a given subject in one particular file. So I don't need to go running around all files. So ideally, this should be done in future iterations of the e-office. DRPG is working towards that. Next, please. This is about the record retention schedule. As I mentioned that you can't really destroy records easily in Government of India. You have to look at Appendix 9 to the GFR rules. You have to look at the Public Record Act and the Public Record rules. So you have a broad framework of categorization of records into A, B, and C, depending on the historical nature of the records. And based on that, we have to observe the record retention procedures as you have in Chapter 10 of CSMOP. So all this is, I know it's a little granular, but you can probably have a look at the book there and you'll understand it much better. Next, please. So what about e-files, right? How do you know? Right now, NIC has not yet started a procedure for getting rid of e-files. We only have closed e-files, and we'll come to this later. Next, please. VIP referencing and tagging I already mentioned. Next. I'll wind up. Disposal of pending matters I already mentioned. It's already included in the CSMOP. Next, please. So just a last word on this. We envisage a digital secretariat, and it paves the way for future digital reforms. We are looking at e-office analytics, increasing VPN usage, and more digitization of the CRUs. So we've also, DRPG is in the process of releasing a monthly report on central secretariat reforms. So in the sense that we are monitoring the existing initiatives we have already undertaken on a monthly basis to find out if any department is falling behind. All this, as you know, are part of the silent transformation in Government of India under maximum governance and minimum government. Next, please. So this is the release of this book. It was released on the 5th August. As you can see, Secretary and Minister of State had released this in 5th August. So I just kept that there. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhaskar. Well, friends, I'm happy to inform you that Sujata ma'am tells me that the manual of office procedures for the state of Maharashtra is almost ready, will be launched very soon. And Srinivas, she says that we are going to beat you because the aapki to 2022 ki hai, we are going to have a manual 2023. And and she was telling Rachna quietly, I'll tell you that please give us the procedure for weeding out electronic files also. and I'm going to incorporate it in my manual. So there is a challenge to update. So thank you very much. And I was very fascinated by the terminology used that now you can do files anytime, anywhere. This is revolutionary ideas for a person like me. In Government of India, of course, many years ago, I don't remember the 9 years that I was there. Not a single Saturday, Sunday was at home. It was always in office. Because the files were too many. And the files were not only sensitive in a ministry like Home Affairs, but they were also very fat. And they used to be huge. So when you read it, I wish you could have given us that solution there. Read it anywhere at any time. I was also asking Sujata, we have our winter session of legislature in Nagpur. So what happens to the files? She says all the files are physically carried. Not all, but almost all of them, many of the files are carried physically. So I hope the digital Mantralaya or digital secretariat will enable us to have the winter session without physical movement of the files being carried from here. So I thank Bhaskar, and I must thank the DARPG for the excellent manual, because we have studied it a lot. A whole team led by the Additional Chief Secretary and Young, they have all studied the manual, and we have borrowed extensively from your manual. So thank you very much. Now I ask, I know Mr. Srinivas would like to make some comments, and then we will have it open for house, and you can ask your clarifications and suggestions, because there's still some time for the arrival of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. Yes, Mr. Srinivas.
I think this is one of the most important sessions that we've had, and as you would have noticed, all the members of the Good Governance Committee are here. We would urge that a 21st century secretariat cannot operate on a 1963 manual. So a new manual of office procedure is absolutely imperative, and it needs to incorporate the e-office procedures into it. And it took us a whole lot of time to rewrite this. In fact, when I first started it in 2018, I was told it's a futile exercise you're entering into, because almost 500 pages to be merged and reworked. But we could do it. And in 2018, the Central Secretariat had 4 lakh files. Today we have 37 lakh e-files. So that is the transformation that we have. 88% of our ministries are on e-office in a ministry's functioning. The second object which the Chief Minister yesterday announced was delayering. How do you bring a secretariat down to 4 levels? So we monitor analytics on e-office as to how many levels a file is passing. And we publish data on a monthly basis that these are the departments in which files are passing through 4 levels, and these are the ones which are not fully delayered, partially delayered, not at all delayered. So in addition to writing a manual of office procedure, it needs to be backed by a monthly report disseminating information on how the Secretariat is performing. And we would also urge that when we launch the campaign, the special campaign 2.0, yesterday we showed you that we earned 370 crores from office scrap disposal. That was laptops, desktops, photocopiers, and also old almirahs and furniture that was sold. And we could free up 90 lakh square feet of space. That was the kind of space that we freed up. We would suggest that that kind of a campaign should be conducted in the Maharashtra Secretariat. It will make a huge difference. As regards shifting of files, sir, I must point it out that I went to Srinagar 5 days after Article 370 was abrogated. And one of the requests the Chief Secretary had was that he had to travel 280 truckloads of files from Jammu to Srinagar as part of Darbar movement. 280 truckloads. Today, not a single truck moves, because e-office operates in both Jammu and Srinagar. And both secretariats can function. So it is not in distant future, at least in the next 2 months, you can get both Nagpur and Bombay fully operational once your e-office goes. But it requires dissemination, as I said, a secretariat reform booklet. Your manual of office procedure is ready. Your manual of good governance, we hope, can be ready in the next 1 month. And e-office is almost rolling. So most of the things that we had can be taken forward. Thank you.
I must inform that Srinivas, the Honorable Deputy CM, is about to arrive. He's from Nagpur, and he'll be very happy to know that it will be possible for us to hold the winter session at Nagpur without physically carrying all the files over there. And this will be a great, I would say, step in the direction of a digital secretariat. Anyone has any other? Yes, please. Very quickly and very briefly.
Sir, it's not a question, just a clarification either from Mr. Parthasarthi or you. Is there a resistance from departments in two areas? One is departmental inquiries, where a lot of oral evidences are to be recorded. So whether the departmental inquiries papers are also moved on the e-office basis, that is one. Second is processing of tenders, not the e-tender, processing of tender files, which are very thick normally. Whether you have resistance from various departments in this.
The big files, sir, the big tenders we noticed was with DRDO, Ministry of Defense and DRDO. DRDO has gone fully online. So they are now shifting even 10,000 pages of files from field formations to the headquarters. So Satish Reddy, as Secretary DRDO, said he will operationalize and handle large tenders on e-office. As regards departmental proceedings, the CVC is not fully online yet. The CVC handles it. DOPT is at around 30% on e-office so far. So they have partially moved. Confidential matters, they are still not yet on e-office.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Swadhin Kshatriya, sir. Sujata Sonik ma'am has gone to receive Honorable DCM, sir. Thank you, Rachna ma'am, for such an insightful session.
I'll continue. Don't
Yes,
hang. Otherwise, they will disperse like an unlawful assembly.
You're not supposed to
thank
disperse.
you very much.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman who wanted to ask you. Please ask a question.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Abhijit Agrawal from Madhya Pradesh Cadre. Ma'am, my question was regarding e-office, because now a lot of old archive records are being digitized. So rather than putting them rightly on the e-office, can we discuss, or are you developing some suite where a record room, a digital record room can be created where a file on the request can be migrated to e-office? Otherwise, we all land up putting everything on the e-office.
Yeah. So the electronic file record which we are developing, the closed files can be sent on to the archival primarily for two reasons. One, that you reduce the load of files on the active systems. So the closed files can be sent on to the archival system from where they can be brought whenever they are required.
No, I'm talking about, say, I have 5 crore pages and there are, say, 5 lakh files which are already there in the record room. You want to digitize them.
That's your call. I mean, if they are to be closed and which category do they belong, you categorize them and then bring it into the system. But when you bring it into the system and you are not bringing them in e-office, it's as good as putting them in the file system on any computer.
No,
so
I'm saying, can there be like a record room which is like an e-office kind of a thing, and the file can be ported through API to your e-office whenever?
Exactly. That is what I am trying to state, that you bring it in e-office and then close it and send it to the archival room. Okay. So it is not in the active system, but system will list that such a file is sent into the record room.
Okay. Yeah.
That recording is there. There will be a record in the system that such a file exists.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Otherwise, I'll request Mr. Parag Jain, our Principal Secretary, that ma'am made a request that for migration to the e-office 7 version, there will be a need for infrastructure, without which I didn't understand much about it. But will you highlight or will you enlighten us how you are going to provide the infrastructure for migration? What exactly, ma'am, is the infrastructure you require?
Sir, we have already shared that the new version of eOffice works on the new technologies and new database for storing the files, MongoDB. Earlier it was in the file system. So it's a new technology, and I need the servers and storage. So at present, whatever is given to us is required to be augmented by increasing the number of machines, as well as the existing machines to be augmented with their capacities. That's what I need. So first I migrate them in their data center, wherever it is. After that, once they have been migrated to version 7, then they can tell me which data center. Maybe they are in the process of changing. So I migrate them first by their augmentation of the systems.
Thank you. I think we have both the Principal Secretary IT, Parag is here, and so also the Managing Director of Maha IT, Madam Jayashri Bhoj is also there. I'm sure you have taken a note of the request made by Madam Rachna Srivastava.
So we have would
you like to respond?
Sir,
Parag?
I just want to say that we have already approved this in PIC last week. So all their request as far as NIC is concerned in migration from existing to eOffice 7.0 is already approved.
Wow. Very good. Very good. Thank you so much. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Ajit Jain, our member of the committee.
What role do you think Public Record Act 1993 in case of Government of India has in the management of old record as well as e-records? And is your ministry in charge of the implementation of the act?
The Public Records Act 1993 is one of the seminal publications for management of Secretariat office records. What it monitors is how are records of historical value transferred from a department to the National Archives of India. In the state, the State Public Records Act determines how a record is transferred from the State Secretariat to the State Archives. So what are the records that are transferred? There is an A category record which is maintained for 25 years of historical value, which is not only for preservation but also to be microfilmed. B category record, which is to be kept for permanent record and transferred after 25 years, but not microfilm. Then you have C category records, which are about 95% of your record, which need to be weeded out. So the record retention schedule is part of the Manual of Office Procedure. The Public Record Act mandates how a record would be transferred. So the CSMOP, working in unison with the Public Record Act, ensures that the Secretariat records are kept for modern India's history and archived for posterity. So it's important to know which of the departments are carrying historical records. For example, I'm sure Revenue Department would be carrying a lot of historical records. Police Department would be having a huge number of historical records. And whether these records have been transferred to state archives, kept for scholars, is something that you can look at. You can call these departments for a discussion. But C category records are what need to be weeded. And when we weeded out our record last October, we found 67 lakh files had to be weeded out. 67 lakh C category files in 1 year had accumulated in the Central Secretariat. So if you carry out an exercise now, Maharashtra Secretariat would be carrying at least 100 lakh files that will need weeding out. It is my broad assumption from the pictures that ACS GAD showed. So you may like to take stock as to how many C category files are there.
Yeah, my specific query, Mr. Srinivas, was that number of cases records are lost for whatever reasons, due to some disaster or whatever. Now, this is the only act which provides for some kind of a penal action for loss of records. So, and that is the reason why I am asking this question.
Yeah. Yes.
So, is that is it being used in Government of India in case the record is lost, even if it is a C category record, but of importance? So, do you invoke that act for that purpose?
Yes, we do invoke it. In case a record is destroyed, then there is punitive action against the record officer, designated record officer of the department. It's also important that the designated record officer is adequately trained to ensure that he understands what is a C category record and what is a B category record. Otherwise, often what happens is that B category records tend to be destroyed in a weeding exercise. So there is a school of archival studies in Government of India which trains record officers. We had trained 3,200 record officers of Government of India in the School of Archival Studies, so that record maintenance is a very, skill-based exercise, and it needs to be properly carried out. Otherwise, you can have a situation where records which need to be kept for posterity can actually be weeded out. And a lot of caution is required in what record will be weeded out. That's why the CSMOP prescribes registers which are for permanent record and registers which are of temporary record. For example, and we've had multiple queries in the weeding exercise from various departments as to how records will be weeded out. Will service books be weeded out? We have digitized records. Should they be weeded out? So a lot of clarifications were given, particularly to MHA records, to MEA records. In the Ministry of External Affairs, they set up subcommittees comprising of 3 former foreign secretaries. Chandrasekhar Das Gupta led one of the subcommittees, and they transferred 39,000 files of historical value to National Archives. So it is a granular exercise which requires senior level participation in it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Suresh Kumar, Chairman of our committee, is there, sir. I wanted to mention to you, you have always been saying that addressing public grievances is one of the biggest challenges and part of the digital secretariat. Yesterday, sir, you missed a presentation for analyzing public grievances using artificial intelligence. There was a brilliant presentation by Professor Srivastava. I don't know whether he's here. He was from the IIT Kanpur. So that will be very useful for us to analyze. And you always say that we must categorize public grievances, try to find generic answers to that. So that system, so I'll request, sir, they are doing it for the Department of Administrative Reforms for Mr. Srinivas, that when the artificial intelligence is ready, how to please share it with us. And today, I went a step forward. Mr. Krishna, who was chairing a session yesterday, he says artificial intelligence will be able to predict what public grievances are going to come to you. फिर हमारे लिए क्या काम रह गया सर? अगर सारा कुछ everything is going to be done by artificial intelligence, but he's very keen and he thinks one of the weakest links in our good governance and public administration is that adequate attention is not paid to public grievances. We are not in a position to handle so many grievances. So would you like to ask your question?
No, it's...
So, बैठ के पूछिए आप. Please sit down.
No, it's not about public grievance, but from my personal experience, a few issues. See, my laptop is far more clogged than the Mantralaya and there are hundreds and hundreds of files which I've been trying and to sort out, not been able to do. So I keep them under different pen drives. And after some time, suddenly you find that pen drive, they say, is corrupted. And the whole file is lost. So that is one issue, that over a period of time, if there is any negligence, whether the record is likely to be corrupted. My second experience, because I have done a lot of reports which I write in Word, and I find that different offices and the printer where I go, they all use different versions of Word. So you find that the moment you transfer file A from there, it doesn't work. When you go to get the report printed, it doesn't work. It comes out, the paging doesn't this thing. So whether the different versions in different offices across can affect the working.
Sir, one is the security features of e-Office. What our understanding after discussions with NIC is that the system is secure. and every department has a cyber security officer who is responsible for security management protocols. So there are specific orders on this, and my last review with Rachna ji was about a month back, and we felt that eOffice 7.0 is quite a strong and secure system. The second one is with regard to consistency between eOffice 5.6 to 6.0 to 7.0. We find that file movement so far is consistent. There is no major change. On CP-grams, sir, this, as I said, Secretariat reforms is one report we bring. CP-grams is one report that we bring. I think a nuanced CP-gram report would make a huge change.
Yeah, just add to the query that was made.
Sir, the query you raised regarding different versions of Microsoft Word, yes, sir. And it's a problem when you take, you create your document in one version and you go to another system with another version. So the only savior probably is a common format, which is PDF. So each version of Word gives you an option to save your document as a PDF document, and PDF formats are same across all the versions. This is one, sir.
I'm interested in section, particular section. Now, I requested one of our person there, so he did a word copy of the manual. So from that word copy, I have taken out the chapters and paras which I am interested in. So PDF is not really also useful for, so you do need Word document for this thing.
It won't. Only from the report perspective, yes, but from the editing perspective, no, sir.
So just a quick response. I'm Abhishek Singh, sir. I am CEO of the National E-Governance Division and Digital India Corporation and Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Just a question to the response to the question which was raised with regard to organizing files on the laptop. And as you said, that a lot of clutter comes in today. So there are AI tools which will ensure that even if you are saving all your files in the downloads folder, it will organize it based on the subject and keep it in separate folders, date-wise, indexed and properly for searching them. So those tools are very useful. The second thing that you asked with regard to like what happens when pen drives and all get corrupted when we save files and we would want to use it for a later date. We all know that we had 5.5 inch floppy disks, then we came to 3.5 inch, and then we have now these pen drives. So now the future is that we need to save all our documents on the cloud, and if you have documents on the cloud, any cloud environment, then it's accessible anywhere and anytime, and the cloud service provider ensures that the hard disk doesn't get corrupted. So the era of holding it on disk is also gone. And as for printing documents in different Word formats, what Rachna ji said is one way. The other option is also to, like even in a PDF, if you want a particular section, you can print only that part of the PDF document. And PDF also, okay, and you can also search intuitively in a PDF. So that also allows that. And Word is also working on a system, the new Office 365 that has come in, is working on to ensure that the formatting and the page width and all is aligned with the printer configurations. So in some time that problem also will be resolved in Word.
Thank you. I think we need to take a small break. There is a film from the message from the Honorable Minister, which we have to test it. So will you do the testing? And we have also the arrival now, I think, of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. Yeah.
I'll request Jayashree Bhuj ma'am to please give a memento to Honorable Kshatriya sir as a token of our appreciation. I'll also request Rachna ma'am to please take it. Please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are likely to have arrival of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Devendraji Fadnavis sir anytime. महाराष्ट्र राज्य के सम्माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस सर का आगमन हो चुका है। मैं डीआरपीजी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और जनरल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र के बिहाफ पर सर का तहे दिल से स्वागत करती हूं, अभिनंदन करती हूं। I heartily welcome you, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis sir, on behalf of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, and General Administration Department, Government of Maharashtra, in this plenary session of Regional Conference on E-Governance. I would now request Shri V. Srinivas sir to present. I would now request Shri V. Srinivas sir, Secretary DARPG, to present a book of selected poems composed by Bharat Ratna former Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji on behalf of Government of India. I request Srimati Jayashree Bhuj ma'am, DGIPR, to present a bouquet on behalf of Government of Maharashtra to Honorable DCM sir. I request ACS Srimati Sujata Sonik ma'am to present a memento to Honorable DCM sir as a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, sirs and ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र जी मोदी सर का कहना है कि IT plus IT will pave the path for IT. वो कहना चाहते हैं कि IT अर्थात इंडियन टैलेंट थ्रू स्किल इंडिया मिशन, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी थ्रू डिजिटल इंडिया मिशन will pave the way for IT, that is India of tomorrow. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में जो विभाग दिन रात देश में डिजिटल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स के लिए प्रयत्नरत है, उस विभाग की तरफ से मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी श्री अमरनाथ जी को, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी DARPG, टू स्टार्ट द प्लेनरी सेशन विद द वेलकम एड्रेस.
Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, who is gracing the occasion virtually, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Maharashtra, other distinguished participants on the dais, and those who are joining us online, as well as the distinguished participants in this hall. Good morning to all of you. It's my proud privilege to welcome you all in this valedictory session of two-day e-governance regional conference. As we all are aware, that Honorable Prime Minister has been focusing on citizen-centric governance. And e-governance is a part of that exercise. How do we reach out to all the departments so that they can learn what is going on in the regional e-governance initiative, and we can learn from each other. We in the Department of Administrative Reforms are interacting with various state governments, various ministries, and district level officers. Lot of initiatives are being taken in the country and tremendous progress is being made. So it was apt that we organize this conference so that there is a learning from each other, and the initiative which have been taken can be scaled up quickly in all the states and even up to the district level. Maharashtra is one of the states which have taken pioneer initiatives, and we were witness to some of these initiatives yesterday. Whether it was migration tracker or e-registration, these initiatives are making a lot of impact on the lives of the citizens, making the life of the citizens easier, and as Honorable PM focuses, ease of living. So we have done a lot of exercise yesterday, and there were large number of presentations which were made yesterday. And as we can come to the conclusion of this two-day conference, I'm sure all of us have learned a lot. With these words, I once again welcome you to all on this valedictory session. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय के नेतृत्व में हमारे देश में 130 करोड़ आधार उपभोक्ता है, 118 करोड़ मोबाइल धारक हैं, 80 करोड़ इंटरनेट ग्राहक हैं और 43 करोड़ जनधन के खाते हैं। इस व्यापक जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल ट्रिनिटी के साथ ई गवर्नेंस के जरिए गुड गवर्नेंस देने की व्यापक आधारशिला रखी जा चुकी है। इसी विषय में गुड गवर्नेंस और ई गवर्नेंस पर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के इनिशिएटिव से आप सबको रूबरू करने के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी श्री वी श्रीनिवास सर, सेक्रेटरी DARPG को, कि वो सहभागियों के साथ अपने विचार साझा करें। ओवर टू यू सर।
Respected Dr. Jiten Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions, respected Shri Devendra Fadnavis Ji, Deputy Chief Minister of the Government of Maharashtra, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Additional Secretary, DRPG, Joint Secretary, DRPG, Shri Sanjay Kumar Ji, Shri S.S. Kshatriya Ji, former Chief Secretaries of Maharashtra, distinguished delegates. The regional conference at Mumbai is a milestone event. An advanced state like Government of Maharashtra has collaborated with the DRPG with special focus on e-governance reform. We are grateful for the support received from the Government of Maharashtra in curating this conference. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Jiten Singh Ji and Shri Devendra Fadnavis Ji for gracing this regional conference today. In November 2022 at Katra, the National E-Governance Conference, Dr. Jiten Singh Ji had encouraged ministries to pursue e-governance reforms to fulfill the government's objective of maximum governance, minimum government. Following extensive deliberations at Katra, the roadmap for digitally transformed institutions and digitally empowered citizens was identified. This included achieving saturation of mandatory e-services across states and central ministries, enhancing the number of e-services offered by ministries and states, strengthening the state portals and service portals in terms of accessibility, content availability, ease of use, security and privacy, status and request tracking, wider dissemination and replication of the national award-winning nominations, and adoption of e-office across state secretariats, attached offices, subordinate offices, with comprehensive revamp of the manual of office procedures. In the two-day conference at Mumbai, outstanding e-governance practices which were conferred the National E-Governance Awards have been presented. The regional conference also witnessed strong participation from startups, academics, and administrators. 30 states and union territories have nominated officials to participate in the two-day conference, and we have benefited from listening to over 42 speakers. Government of Maharashtra has presented the outstanding practices of state governments in 2 sessions. From 2018, when I joined DARPG, I've been part of 14 regional conferences which were held in different state capitals. The concept and themes of the regional conferences, as also the conference participation, has increased, with academics, startups, state civil service officers joining the conference deliberations. I am grateful for the leadership and guidance given by Dr. Jitin Singh Ji, who had enabled the creation of the vision and roadmap for DARPG's regional conferences by taking them to all states and UTs of India to enable widespread dissemination and knowledge sharing. The benefits of the two-day conference at Mumbai have been significant and will have a number of positive spin-offs both for the government of Maharashtra and for the participating states in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinivas sir. Now I request NIC team of Government of Maharashtra to showcase the film on innovations in Government of Maharashtra.
पहिल्यांदा म्हणजे मॅन्युअली जेव्हा पत्र यायची तेव्हा आम्हाला त्या पत्रावर नंबर टाकावा लागायचा, त्याच्यानंतर त्याचं डिस्ट्रीब्युशन करावं लागायचं शाखांचं. त्यानंतर ते कोणत्या ऑथॉरिटीकडून आलेले आहेत ते टाकतो आणि त्याच्यानंतर ते जनरेट करून ते संबंधित ब्रांचला त्या अधिकाऱ्याच्या नावावर ते सेंड केलं जातं. याचा फायदा असा झाला आहे की ते पत्र त्याच दिनांकाला त्याच दिवशी ऑनलाईन पद्धतीने सेंड केलं जातं.
त्यामुळे ही ई-ऑफिस प्रणाली आहे ती बरीच फायदेशीर आहे आणि वेळ वाचतो. त्यामुळे
मॅन्युअली फाईल आता प्रत्यक्ष फाईलला पेपर लावून आणि ते काम करावं लागत होतं. आता ई-ऑफिस प्रणालीमध्ये ऑनलाईन रिसीट मिळत असल्याने ज्या रिसीटवर कार्यवाही करावायची आहे त्या रिसीट लगेच त्याच्यावर कार्यवाही करता येते.
टपाल शाखेतून टपाल किंवा एखादं पत्र आलं तर त्याच्यावर कार्यवाही करणं हे मेन काम आहे. सो ते काम करत असताना त्या संबंधित नस्ती तयार करणं किंवा त्याचं पेजिंग करणं, संबंधित शासन निर्णय किंवा परिपत्रक बनवणं, नस्तीला लावणं, ही सगळी प्रोसेस करावी लागते. सो ई-ऑफिस सुरू झाल्यापासून ह्या प्रोसेसला लागणारा वेळ आहे तो बऱ्यापैकी कमी झालेला आहे.
आता आपल्याकडे ई-ऑफिस झाल्यामुळे बेनिफिट हा आहे की आपण प्रत्यक्षात फाईल जी आपण इथं पाहतो ती दुसरं कोणीही पाहू शकत नाही, म्हणजे त्याच्यामध्ये गोपनीयता आहे.
तसेच ई-ऑफिसमुळे झिरो पेंडन्सी ठेवता येणं शक्य आहे. पैशाची नक्कीच बचत होत आहे. माहिती अधिकार, न्यायालयीन प्रकरणं, लोकायुक्त प्रकरणं, तातडीच्या प्रकरणावर त्वरित कार्यवाही होऊन ई-ऑफिस हे निश्चितच फायद्याचं आहे.
जलद गतीने प्रत्येक फाईलचा निपटारा होतो
आणि त्याच्यामुळे बराच वेळ वाचतो आणि कार्यवाही अतिशय शीघ्र गतीने करता येते.
याचबरोबर दुसरं ई-ऑफिसमुळे बेनिफिट झालं की जर पूर्वीची फाईल असेल आणि आपल्याला ते पाहायचं असेल तर आपण ते स्क्रोल नाही करून किंवा क्लिक करून आपण ते पाहू शकतो. म्हणजे आपली फाईल फक्त आपणच पाहू शकतो.
ऑफिस प्रणाली त्यांनी या ठिकाणी नव्याने आणली आणि त्याचा आम्हाला खूप फायदा झालेला आहे. माझ्या ज्या फाईली आहेत आज जर बघितलं तर माझ्याकडे फक्त एकच फाईल पेंडिंग आहे, जी मला ऑफलाईन असताना जी फाईल हाताळताना कमीत कमी 15 ते 20 मिनिटं लागत होते ती फाईल मला हाताळताना आता फक्त 7 ते 8 मिनिटांमध्ये ती पूर्ण करू शकतो.
म्हणजे फिजिकली फाईल घेऊन जाणं तिथं आपल्याला लागत नाही.
कार्यवाही करावी लागते तेव्हा मी घरून सुद्धा आवश्यकता असेल तर त्याच्यावरती कार्यवाही करू शकतो आणि ते प्रकरण निकाली जाऊ शकतो.
आपल्याला सर्वप्रथम म्हणजे कॉन्फिडेन्शियलिटी आलेली आहे, इझी टू ऍक्सेस आहे आणि जिथे कुठे आम्ही समजा प्रवासात असू किंवा आमच्या घरी असू तेव्हा लॅपटॉपच्या मदतीने आम्ही त्या फाईल्स तेव्हाच्या तेव्हा काढून आपल्याला झिरो पेंडन्सी ही आपण कार्यरत अचूक करण्याचं आपण अचूक केलेली आहे.
याच्यामध्ये अतिशय गतिमानशीलता येईल, प्रकरण तात्काळ त्याचा निपटारा फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर होईल अशी माझी खात्री आहे.
समजा आपल्याला एखादा पॉईंट जर ती फाईल जर घाईघाईत वाचल्या गेली असेल तर आपल्याला ती परत पुलबॅक करता येते आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आपण करेक्शन करू शकतो.
मीरा भाईंदर वसई विरार पोलीस आयुक्तालय यांनी महाराष्ट्र पोलीस दलामध्ये ई-ऑफिस या कार्यप्रणालीचा प्रथम वापर सुरू केला असून जिल्हा घटकांमध्ये ई-ऑफिस या कार्यप्रणालीचा वापर करणारे पुणे ग्रामीण पोलीस दल हे पहिले घटक कार्यालय आहे. पोलीस अधीक्षक पुणे ग्रामीण कार्यालयात प्रशासकीय कामकाज गतिमान आणि पेपरलेस करण्याच्या दृष्टीनं जानेवारी 2022 पासून ई-ऑफिस या कार्यप्रणालीचा प्रायोगिक तत्वावर वापर सुरू करण्यात आला. राष्ट्रीय माहिती केंद्र भारत सरकार यांनी ई-ऑफिस ही कार्यप्रणाली विकसित केलेली असून ती भारत सरकार आणि इतर राज्य सरकारे यांच्या शासकीय व प्रशासकीय कार्यालयात चालणाऱ्या कामकाजाच्या अनुषंगानं बनवण्यात आलेली आहे. या प्रणालीद्वारे आपण पत्रांची देवाणघेवाण करू शकता. तसंच कार्यालयीन नस्ती अर्थात फाईल या आपल्या वरिष्ठ अधिकाऱ्यांना पाठवता येऊ शकेल. कार्यालयीन कामकाज हे 2 प्रकारात केलं जातं. एक, टपाल रिसिट ज्यामध्ये पत्रांची देवाणघेवाण केली जाते. 2, नस्ती.
Thank you so much, NIC. Now, I heartily welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh Sir, Honorable Minister of State, Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, who is joining us through a video conference. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Sir, are we connected with you? Namaskar, sir.
Yes,
sir, I now request you to please release the e-journal of Maximum Governance, Minimum Government on Special Campaign 2.0 Special Edition. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Jitendra Singh sir once again to inaugurate the coffee table book on Good Governance Week 2022.
Coffee table है क्या? So it's a soft copy.
Thank you so much, sir. अब मैं अपार हर्ष और करतल ध्वनि के बीच आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी सुजलाम सुफलाम महाराष्ट्र राज्य के सम्माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री लोकप्रिय नेता श्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस सर को कि वो आए और इस द्विदिवसीय रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के प्लेनरी सेशन में अपना की नोट एड्रेस दें.
इस द्विदिवसीय रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन ई गवर्नेंस, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आज दूसरे दिन हमारे बीच उपस्थित केंद्र सरकार के राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय जितेंद्र सिंह जी, श्री सुरेश कुमार जी, श्री स्वाधीन क्षत्रिय जी, श्री वी श्रीनिवास जी, श्री अमरनाथ जी, श्रीमती सुजाता सोनिक, श्री NBS राजपूत जी, यहां पर उपस्थित 30 राज्यों से आए हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स, हमारे महाराष्ट्र सरकार के अधिकारी, पूर्व अधिकारी और उपस्थित सभी बहनों और भाइयों, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छी पहल इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हो रही है. आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार जब से देश में आई तब से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लगातार ये प्रयास किया कि हम लोग गुड गवर्नेंस दें और गुड गवर्नेंस की जो की है, चाबी है, वो ई गवर्नेंस में है। टेक्नोलॉजी जो होती है ये लेवलर होती है। टेक्नोलॉजी ये रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं करती कि व्यक्ति स्त्री है या पुरुष है, ये किस जाति का है, किस समाज का है, पैसे वाला है या गरीब है। टेक्नोलॉजी एक ऐसा टूल है कि जो सभी को एक पटल पर लाकर और सभी के साथ एक व्यवहार करते हुए वो डिलीवरी सिस्टम तैयार करती है। और हमारे देश में अगर हम हिस्टोरिकली देखें तो दो चीजों का हम लोगों को बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। एक, जो हमारे गवर्नेंस में रिजिडिटी है, जो हमने बहुत भारी ऐसी प्रोसेसेस तैयार की है, और दूसरा हमारी डिलीवरी सिस्टम, जिस डिलीवरी सिस्टम में बहुत ज्यादा लीकेजेस हिस्टोरिकली तैयार हुए हैं। आज हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी ने इन दोनों चीजों को एक प्रकार से पाटने की कोशिश की है। आज जिस प्रकार के गवर्नेंस इनिशिएटिव प्रधानमंत्री जी लगातार ला रहे हैं, और केवल ई ऑफिस नहीं तो हर तरह के ई इनिशिएटिव्स के कारण एक अकाउंटेबिलिटी आ रही है, एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी आ रही है, एक एफिशिएंसी आ रही है। और अकाउंटेबिलिटी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एफिशिएंसी ये गवर्नेंस के, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि बहुत महत्व के पिलर्स है। आज जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल, इस ट्रिनिटी ने देश के डिलीवरी सिस्टम को बदला है। वैसे तो हमारे देश में गरीबी हटाओ का नारा हमने लगातार दिया, सारी सरकारों ने दिया। गरीबों के लिए स्कीम्स कई सरकारों ने तैयार की, किंतु ये सारी स्कीम्स में ट्रांसपेरेंसी का अभाव था, डिलीवरी सिस्टम एफिशिएंट नहीं थी, इसलिए देश के गरीबों तक ये स्कीम्स नहीं पहुंच पाई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ऐसी ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम तैयार की कि जिस सिस्टम के चलते आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं, चाहे वो डीबीटी के माध्यम से हो या ई गवर्नेंस के माध्यम से हो, हमारी डिलीवरी सिस्टम के लीकेजेस धीरे धीरे दूर हुए और आज चीजें सीधा लोगों तक पहुंचती है। जिसके लिए चीज बनती है, जिसके लिए प्रोग्राम, जिसके लिए स्कीम बनती है, उस तक वो पहुंचती है। और इस ई गवर्नेंस का एक और फैसेट अगर हम लोग देखें तो इसमें संवाद, ये भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज है। जब तक हम लोग स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ संवाद नहीं करेंगे, तब तक स्कीम्स ये हमेशा ऑफिस स्कीम्स रहेगी, ऑन पेपर स्कीम्स रहेगी, लेकिन उसका डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन नहीं हो पाएगा। और एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए लाया, आज देश में जब भी कोई स्कीम अनाउंस होती है तो प्रधानमंत्री जी किसी एक राज्य में जाकर वहां डायरेक्ट इंटरेक्शन करते हैं और उस समय सारे राज्यों के साथ वो डिजिटली इंटरनेट के माध्यम से इंटरेक्ट करते हैं। और उसके साथ साथ हमारे यहां पर जो सीएफसीज है उसके माध्यम से कॉमन आदमी से भी वो इंटरेक्ट करते हैं। तो आज एक स्कीम जब रोल आउट होती है तो उसी दिन 3 से 4 करोड़ स्टेक होल्डर से सीधा संवाद ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का होता है। और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि दैट मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस, क्योंकि जिसके लिए चीज बनी है उसको ही पता नहीं है तो वो चीज कभी उस तक पहुंच नहीं सकती। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो एक ई संवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारे प्रशासन में लाया है, इसके कारण सीधे जब प्रधानमंत्री जी कॉमन मैन से बात करते हैं तो उसका अवेयरनेस भी बढ़ता है और अकाउंटेबिलिटी स्कीम की बढ़ती है और ओनरशिप भी बढ़ती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो एक परिवर्तन आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं, इसके कारण हमारी डिलीवरी सिस्टम भी इंप्रूव हुई है और हमारा गवर्नेंस भी इंप्रूव हुआ है। ये बात भी सही है कि हमको और बहुत आगे जाना है। आज हम लोग देखते हैं कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर हम लोग डेटा क्रिएट करते हैं। मैं एक बहुत बड़े बिजनेसमैन से एक समय बात कर रहा था और मैंने उनको कहा कि आप ये जो अलग अलग डेटा प्लान्स लॉन्च करते हो और आप इतना सस्ता देते हो, आप मुफ्त में डेटा देते हो, हाउ डू यू सस्टेन, व्हाट इज योर बिजनेस प्लान? तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि देखिए देवेंद्र जी, डेटा इज न्यू ऑयल। मैं डेटा की ऐसी रिपोजिटरी तैयार कर रहा हूं, मुझे डेटा में अब मैं लोगों से लूंगा तो 100 रुपया, 200 रुपया, 300 रुपया मिलेगा, पर मेरा डेटा जो कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं और उसकी जो रिपोजिटरी मैं तैयार कर रहा हूं, उसके कारण उस एक व्यक्ति ने इस्तेमाल किए हुए डेटा के भरोसे मैं लाखों रुपए कमा सकता हूं। और आज अगर हम विचार करें तो बिगेस्ट डेटा कंज्यूमर्स और बिगेस्ट डेटा क्रिएटर्स कौन है? वी इन द गवर्नमेंट, हम लोग हैं। हम लोग सबसे ज्यादा डेटा क्रिएट करते हैं, हम लोग सबसे ज्यादा डेटा कंज्यूम करते हैं। और आज आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि ये जो डेटा हम लोग तैयार करते हैं, जो कंज्यूम करते हैं, ये सारा डेटा जो हमारा है, इस डेटा को एनालिटिक्स के माध्यम से या फिर आजकल जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के टूल्स हमारे पास उपलब्ध है, उसका इस्तेमाल करते हुए वी कैन मेक इट पार्ट ऑफ आवर गवर्नेंस। आज हम लोग देखते हैं कि डेटा ड्रिवन पॉलिसी ये बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर सफल होती है, क्योंकि डेटा ड्रिवन पॉलिसी में हमारे पास पैटर्न्स होते हैं, हमारे पास बिहेवियर्स होते हैं, ये सारी चीजें हमारे पास होती है। इसलिए धीरे धीरे हम लोगों को उसकी ओर माइग्रेट होना पड़ेगा। जिस समय मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तो एक बात हमेशा आती थी, क्या हो गया? सर्वर डाउन है। क्या हो गया? सर्वर ब्लॉक हो गया। कोई भी बड़ी स्कीम, और हम तो इतनी बड़ी कंट्री है, एक स्कीम रोल आउट कर दी तो एक समय हजारों करोड़ों लोग उसको लॉग इन करते हैं और फिर ये सारे प्रॉब्लम आते थे। तो उस समय मैंने पहली बार ये कहा कि व्हाई डोंट वी माइग्रेट टू पब्लिक क्लाउड? हम लोग 250 करोड़ रुपए हर साल खर्चा करते हैं, हमारी सर्वर स्पेस बढ़ाते हैं। तो आज जब डेटा सॉवरेंटी है, ऐसे समय पब्लिक क्लाउड पर, जहां पर मिरर इमेजिंग भी हमारे यहां होती है, डेटा सॉवरेंटी, एवरीथिंग इज, ऑल टाइप ऑफ डेटा इज इन आवर कंट्री, ऐसे समय पब्लिक क्लाउड पर क्यों ना जाए? और आज जिस प्रकार के फायरवॉल्स या जिस प्रकार की चीजें ये पब्लिक क्लाउड में तैयार होती है, जिस प्रकार की अकाउंटेबिलिटी उनकी है, उतनी शायद हम लोग जो सर्वर यूज करें उसके नहीं है, दे कैन बी ब्रीच्ड। और उस समय हमने निर्णय किया और निर्णय करके वी वर द फर्स्ट स्टेट टू माइग्रेट टू पब्लिक क्लाउड। हमको कभी भी उसके बाद यह प्रश्न हमारे सामने नहीं आया कि सर्वर स्पेस है कि नहीं, ये डाउन हो रहा है, ये अड़चन हो रही है, नथिंग हैपेंड। और साल के 250 करोड़ रुपए हम लोग बचा रहे हैं और बड़े पैमाने पर हम लोग आज उसका इस्तेमाल करते हुए हमारे नए नए इनिशिएटिव्स ला रहे हैं। तो हम लोगों को ये विचार करना होगा कि आने वाले दिनों में हमारा डेटा, ये हम लोग किस प्रकार से उसका इस्तेमाल करें, किस प्रकार से इस डेटा को हम लोग एक रिपोजिटरी के रूप में स्टोर करें, ये सारी चीजों की ओर आने वाले दिनों में हमको जाना होगा। आज हम लोग देखते हैं इतने अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव्स अलग अलग राज्यों में हो रहे। अभी ई गवर्नेंस की यह बात हुई, ये बात सही है, ई ऑफिस हम लोग भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं। पहले यह होता था कि चूंकि लोगों को ये पता नहीं होता था कि उन्होंने जो निवेदन मुख्यमंत्री को दिया है वो कहां गया है, तो हर बार एक नया निवेदन वो लेकर आते थे और हर बार उस पर मुख्यमंत्री लिख देता था और वो वहीं जाकर अटकता था। आज ये परिस्थिति नहीं है। वो जब निवेदन लेकर आता है और अगली बार वापिस आता है तो हम 1 मिनट में ढूंढकर उसको बताते हैं कि भैया आपको वापस निवेदन देने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, आपका निवेदन कहां पहुंचा है, उस पर क्या कार्रवाई हुई है। तो इससे एक अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी आई है और हमारा काम भी कम हो रहा है। पिछले समय क्षत्रिय जी जानते हैं, हम लोगों ने आपले सरकार पोर्टल शुरू किया और इस आपले सरकार पोर्टल पे हम लोगों ने कहा कि जो भी आपका ग्रीवांस होगा आप इसको अपलोड कीजिए। उसको आप मोबाइल के थ्रू कर सकते हो, आप उसको आपके पीसी के थ्रू कर सकते हो, किसी भी माध्यम से आप कर सकते हो। और उसमें एक एसओपी हमने तैयार की कि कितने दिनों में उसको सॉल्व किया जाना चाहिए, अगर नहीं होता है तो वो कैसे एस्केलेट होगा। और उसका परिणाम यह हुआ कि इतने बड़े पैमाने पर लोगों के प्रश्न सॉल्व हुए। एक तो उसमें ऐसा उदाहरण है कि एक महिला को उसके लैंड एक्विजिशन के पैसे 30 साल बाद मिले, आफ्टर 30 इयर्स। और महिला की हालत ऐसी थी कि झाड़ के नीचे रहती थी, शी हैड नथिंग। और 30 सालों बाद उसको सीधे 17 लाख रुपए मिले, उसकी जिंदगी बदल गई। तो ये जो पावर आज हमारे ये सारे जो हम लोग इंटरफेसेस तैयार करते हैं, इन इंटरफेसेस के जो पावर है ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और सबसे बड़ी महत्व की बात यह है कि आज हम लोग माने न माने पर हमारी सिस्टम को करप्शन ने कहीं ना कहीं खराब किया है और कई लेवल्स पर वो होता है। और अगर इन करप्ट प्रैक्टिसेस से हम लोगों को बाहर निकालना है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी ये एक ऐसा टूल है कि जो इस करप्शन को समाप्त करता है। कई बार हम लोगों ने देखा है, हम वन विंडो सिस्टम करते हैं, सिंगल विंडो। वो बोलने के लिए सिंगल विंडो होती है, लेकिन सिंगल विंडो से अंदर जाने के बाद इतने दरवाजे होते हैं और हर दरवाजे पर कोई ना कोई पहरेदार बैठा होता है जो दरवाजा खोलने के लिए कोई ना कोई बात हमसे कहता है। इस प्रकार की चीजें करके फायदा नहीं होगा। अगर हम सिंगल विंडो की बात करते हैं तो एंड टू एंड हम लोगों को प्रोसेसेस मेंशन करनी पड़ेगी, डिजिटाइजेशन करना पड़ेगा। और बैकएंड प्रोसेसेस जब तक हम तैयार नहीं करते, वहां पर जब तक हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार नहीं करते, तब तक इस प्रकार के केवल आप अपलोड कर दीजिए, वो सिंगल विंडो है और उसके बाद फिर आपको हर टेबल पे जाना है, इस प्रकार का गवर्नेंस काम में नहीं आएगा। हम लोगों को गवर्नेंस की प्रोसेसेस ये सारी डिफाइन करनी पड़ेगी, उसके लिए बैकएंड की तैयारियां करनी पड़ेगी। और जब ये तैयारियां करके हम लोग गवर्नेंस में जाएंगे तो मेरा विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार से आज लोगों को तकलीफ होती है वो तकलीफ बंद होगी। आज मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि डिजिटल गवर्नेंस ने जिस प्रकार की ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाई है, जिस प्रकार की अकाउंटेबिलिटी लाई है, उसके कारण आज हमारा देश बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। और देखिए, मुझे याद है कि जिस समय हम लोगों ने महाराष्ट्र में लोन वेवर किया था और उस समय हम लोगों ने तय किया कि 100% इसको डिजिटली करेंगे, तो काफी हमारे विपक्ष के लोगों ने भी हंगामा मचाया कि किसान कहां से अपलोड करेगा और कहां इंटरनेट है और कहां कनेक्टिविटी है। लेकिन मात्र 2 महीनों में 1 करोड़ किसानों ने 100% डिजिटली अपने जो क्लेम्स थे वो अपलोड किए और एंड टू एंड डिजिटली हम उसको कर पाए। उसके बाद देश के अंदर जितने लोन वेवर या इस प्रकार के जितने अलग अलग राज्यों ने स्कीम्स की, वो सारी 100% डिजिटल इंटरफेस पर की। इसका करने का कारण क्या था? तो आप लोगों को याद होगा कि 2009-10 में इसी प्रकार से एक केंद्र सरकार ने लोन वेवर पूरे देश में किया था और उस लोन वेवर का जब सीएजी का ऑडिट हुआ तो ऐसे ध्यान में आया कि करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए एलिजिबल लोगों ने ले लिए। लोगों ने अपने खेती किसानी के लोन के साथ साथ अपने कार के लोन्स भी उसमें से वापस कर दिए। 17-17, 20-20 लाख रुपए, 25-25 लाख रुपए के लोन लोगों ने उसके माध्यम से समाप्त कर दिए। कई लोगों ने तो लोन लिए ही नहीं थे, लेकिन लोन दिखाकर वेवर कर लिया। ऐसी कई चीजें सीएजी के रिपोर्ट में आई। ये क्यों हुआ? बिकॉज देयर वाज नो डिजिटल गवर्नेंस। और हमारे यहां आज हम लोग आज भी साइलोज में काम करते हैं, हमारे यहाँ इतना डेटा तैयार होता है, वो डेटा एक दूसरे से बात नहीं करता, तो मैन्युअली डेटा तो बात कर ही नहीं सकता। डिजिटल डेटा को फिर भी एक दूसरे से बात करने के इंटरफेसेस तैयार हो सकते हैं, पर मैन्युअल डेटा को तो वो परिस्थिति नहीं थी। इसलिए उस समय करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपया हम लोगों ने देश में खर्चा किया, लेकिन जिसमें से करीब 20 से 25,000 करोड़ रुपया ये हमारे करप्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के कारण या करप्ट डिलीवरी सिस्टम ने उसको गलत लोगों तक पहुंचाया। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि आज ये सारी सिस्टम्स को हम ई सिस्टम में जब परिवर्तित करते हैं तो उसके कारण देश का जो पैसा है वो जिन तक पहुंचना चाहिए उन तक पहुंचता है, देश के विकास में इसकी एक बड़ी भागीदारी होती है। और इसी के कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हम सबकी प्रतिबद्धता इस ई गवर्नेंस के प्रति जो है ये बहुत मजबूत होनी चाहिए। महाराष्ट्र की ओर से मैं ये आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि देश के अलग अलग राज्यों ने जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की है उनको महाराष्ट्र अपनाएगा और अपनी खुद की जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है वो भी हम लोग अलग अलग राज्यों से शेयर करेंगे। हमारा जो गुड गवर्नेंस का सेल है जिसमें बहुत मंच पर बैठे हुए और बाकी भी सारे बहुत एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, इन्होंने बहुत प्रयास करके और गुड गवर्नेंस ई गवर्नेंस में बहुत अच्छा कार्य किया है। सारे नए मैनुअल्स हम लोग तैयार कर रहे हैं, जिसके बाद मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि विल बी एबल टू टेक द ई गवर्नेंस टू नेक्स्ट लेवल। और महाराष्ट्र तो वैसे भी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि डिजिटाइजेशन के बारे में या डिजिटल गवर्नेंस के बारे में बहुत आगे है, और ऐसे समय हम लोग उसको नंबर 1 पर लाना चाहते हैं। इसलिए जो केंद्र सरकार ने भी अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं, उन सारे इनिशिएटिव्स को हम लोग निश्चित रूप से हमारे पूरे गवर्नेंस में लाना चाहेंगे ताकि लोगों को भी उसका फायदा हो। और साथ साथ हम लोग ये प्रयास करेंगे कि जिस प्रकार से गुड गवर्नेंस का एक इंडेक्स आज देश में तैयार हुआ है, जिसके तहत हम लोग अलग अलग राज्यों का एक इंडेक्स तैयार करते हैं, उनके ऑन वेरियस पैरामीटर्स उनका जो परफॉर्मेंस होता है गुड गवर्नेंस का, तो हम लोग महाराष्ट्र में प्रयास करेंगे कि हम उसको डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक ले जाए और डिस्ट्रिक्ट का गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स हम तैयार करें ताकि एक बहुत हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में भी आए, उनको भी पैरामीटर तैयार हो, पैरामीटर पता चले, उन पैरामीटर्स पे वो भी काम कर पाए, तो उससे एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन ये निश्चित रूप से हम लोग कर पाएंगे। मैं आज के इस मौके पर आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने महाराष्ट्र को ये जो कार्यक्रम है इस कार्यक्रम को होस्ट करने के लिए चुना। मैं आदरणीय जितेंद्र सिंह जी का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र को इसमें अगुवाई दी, और उनको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि जो आउटकम्स इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से आने वाले हैं उन आउटकम्स को पूरी शिद्दत के साथ महाराष्ट्र में लागू करने का काम हम लोग करेंगे। मैं फिर एक बार आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हुए अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, जय भारत।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर, आपने कहा कि टेक्नोलॉजी इज द बिगेस्ट लेवलर। आज जब हम किसी से जानना चाहते हैं कि उसका स्टेटस क्या है, तो ये नहीं जानना चाहते कि जेंडर क्या है, कास्ट क्या है, क्लास क्या है, वेल्थ क्या है, पावर क्या है, पोजीशन क्या है। सिर्फ ये जानना चाहते हैं कि वो ऑनलाइन है या ऑफलाइन। हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन जुड़े हैं डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह सर, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट पर्सनल पब्लिक ग्रीवांसेस एंड पेंशंस। मैं महाराष्ट्र सरकार के बिहाफ पर सर का स्वागत करना चाहूंगी, और सर के प्रतिनिधि के तौर पर मैं वी श्रीनिवास सर से विनंती करूंगी कि आप एक मेमेंटो डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह सर के लिए हमारे तरफ से रिसीव करें। मैं सुजाता सोनिक मैम से विनंती करती हूं कि आप प्लीज एक मेमेंटो एंड बुके मिनिस्टर सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू मैम। ऑनरेबल डीसीएम सर ने जैसे कहा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ई गवर्नेंस पर बहुत ही ज्यादा फोकस रखते हैं। उन्होंने डिजिटल क्रांति के लिए, डिजिटल इंडिया के लिए बहुत सारे प्रयत्न किए हैं। उनका कहना है कि ई गवर्नेंस सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गवर्नेंस नहीं है, ये ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस भी है, ये इफेक्टिव, एफिशिएंट इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस भी है और इको फ्रेंडली गवर्नेंस भी है, क्योंकि एक A4 साइज पेपर में पेड़ तो लगते ही हैं, लगभग 10 लीटर पानी भी लगता है। और जब हम पेपरलेस होंगे, महाराष्ट्र जैसे बहुत सारे देश के राज्य, केंद्र सरकार, जिला सरकारें और गांवों तक, तो निश्चित तौर पर क्लाइमेट एक्शन की दिशा में भी जो हमारे देश की सरकार काम करना चाह रही है, उस दिशा में भी हमारे टारगेट्स पूरे होने में, गुड गवर्नेंस के टारगेट्स पूरे होने में मदद मिलेगी। मैं अब विनंती करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह सर से, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट पर्सनल पब्लिक ग्रीवांसेस एंड पेंशन्स, हु हैज जॉइंड अस थ्रू वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस, टू काइंडली एड्रेस द ऑडियंस। थैंक यू सो मच।
धन्यवाद। मंच पर आसीन महाराष्ट्र के लोकप्रिय उप मुख्यमंत्री और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हमारे मित्र श्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस जी, उनके साथ मंच पर एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी सुजाता सोनिक जी, संजय कुमार गुड गवर्नेंस कमेटी महाराष्ट्र के अध्यक्ष, क्षत्री जी जो हमारे एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी भी रहे हैं पूर्व में और आज भी वो महाराष्ट्र सरकार में अपने अनुभव से और अपने तजुर्बे से हमें गाइड कर रहे हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त प्रशासनिक विभाग के सचिव श्रीनिवास जी और उसी विभाग के हमारे अन्य साथी अमरनाथ जी, राजपूत जी, केंद्र सरकार और महाराष्ट्र सरकार के उच्च अधिकारीगण, भिन्न भिन्न राज्यों एवं केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों से आए हुए प्रतिनिधिगण, अधिकारीगण, सबसे पहले तो मुझे हाथ जोड़ करके क्षमा याचना करनी है देवेंद्र जी से भी और महाराष्ट्र सरकार में हमारे अन्य मित्रों के साथ भी, क्योंकि मैंने ही आपको आमंत्रित किया, मैंने ही आपसे आग्रह किया, आपकी व्यस्तम दिनचर्या में से आपको कुछ पल चुराकर यहां लाया और स्वयं भी वहां उपस्थित नहीं रह पाया। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि कोई ऐसी मजबूरी रही होगी इतनी गंभीर, क्योंकि मैं कल भी प्रवास पर था उत्तर भारत के, रात को पहुंचा हूं, अभी रास्ते में हूं, उत्तर प्रदेश की ओर कूच करना है, कुछ इस प्रकार का दायित्व आन पड़ा था। इसलिए आई एम एक्चुअली वेरी ऑनेस्टली एम्बैरेस्ड। अब श्रीनिवास जी अपने आरंभिक वक्तव्य में ये कह रहे थे कि हमने महाराष्ट्र में इस प्रकार का आयोजन किया है और भिन्न भिन्न राज्यों में और क्षेत्रों में करने की योजना है। तो मैं इसमें ये बात भी जोड़ दूं कि बहुत कुछ एक वर्ष पहले जब हमने ये क्रम शुरू किया तो मन में ये विचार था कि क्या भारत सरकार को हम विज्ञान भवन से बाहर निकाल सकते हैं, क्योंकि अधिकतर इस प्रकार की गोष्ठियां, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, कन्वेंशंस केंद्रीय राजधानी में हुआ करती थी और उसी क्रम में हम देश के भिन्न भिन्न भागों में पहुंचे। उत्तर में लद्दाख, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, दक्षिण में हैदराबाद, मध्य भारत में नागपुर, उत्तर प्रदेश में लखनऊ, पूर्वोत्तर में शिलांग, ईटानगर और अरुणाचल। और उसके जो परिणाम निकले वो न केवल सकारात्मक थे बल्कि बहुत ही प्रोत्साहित करने वाले थे, क्योंकि वो रचना कुछ और ही तरह की थी। और इसलिए मुझे इस बात का हर्ष भी है और संतोष भी महसूस हो रहा है कि हम इस वर्ष का सबसे पहला इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम महाराष्ट्र की राजधानी मुंबई में कर रहे हैं। सन 2023 का वर्ष भारतवर्ष के लिए महत्वपूर्ण वर्ष है। इसमें G20 की मेजबानी का भी वर्ष है और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के सुझाव पर इसको विश्व भर में इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स के तौर पर भी मनाया जा रहा है। अभी हाल ही में पहला रोजगार मेला हुआ जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बटन दबा करके 71,000 नियुक्ति पत्र जारी किए और आज हम सब मुंबई में इस कार्यक्रम के लिए एकत्रित हैं। अब जैसे देवेंद्र जी ठीक कह रहे थे कि सुशासन पर किस प्रकार से बल दिया जाए और गुड गवर्नेंस को किस तरह से आगे बढ़ाया जाए, उन्हीं की बात को जोड़ते हुए मैं ये कहूंगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक मंत्र दिया, मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट। अब अक्सर जब सोचते हैं तो लगता है कि इसका अर्थ क्या निकलेगा। यदि आप सरल भाषा में सोचें तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि शायद एक ऐसी व्यवस्था जहां प्रशासन हो, सुशासन हो, परंतु सरकार का बहुत अधिक हस्तक्षेप ना उतना ही हो जितना कि अनिवार्य है। यानी सरकार का अभाव भी नहीं और सरकार का अनुचित प्रभाव भी नहीं। और ये मंत्र हमें मोदी जी ने दिया, क्योंकि अंततः यदि मैक्सिमम गवर्नर मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट का लक्ष्य ये है कि ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस, और ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस का लक्ष्य है कि ईज ऑफ लिविंग फॉर अ कॉमन सिटीजन, तो उसके लिए अनिवार्य ये भी है कि प्रशासन की बाधाओं को दूर किया जाए, उसमें सरलता लाई जाए। और आपको ये बात कहते हुए मुझे विशेष संतोष महसूस हो रहा है कि ये एक ऐसी सरकार है जिसने पिछले 8-9 वर्षों में लगभग 1600 नियम कानून समाप्त कर दिए जो समय के साथ साथ अपना औचित्य खो बैठे थे, जो वक्त के तकाजे के मुताबिक अब रहने लायक नहीं थे। और ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि अक्सर सरकारें ये बात कह करके गर्व महसूस करती हैं, अधिकारीगण भी, मंत्रीगण भी, कि मेरे समय में ये हुआ, मैंने अपने समय में ये कानून लाया, मैंने अपने समय में ये नियम लाया। ये एक ऐसी सरकार है जो ये कहने में संतोष महसूस करेगी कि हमारे समय में 1,500-2 हजार नियम हमने खत्म कर दिए। वो इसीलिए कि प्रशासन में सरलता लाए। सरकार बनने के 2-3 मास के बाद ही सन 2014 में लगभग सितंबर के महीने में बरसों से चली आ रही अंग्रेजों के समय की कुरीति थी कि हर युवा अपने सर्टिफिकेट, दस्तावेज टेस्ट करवाता था गेस्टेड अधिकारी के द्वारा, उसे समाप्त कर दिया गया। सेल्फ अटेस्टेशन का प्रावधान लाया गया और एक संदेश देश भर में गया कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक ऐसी सरकार है जिसमें इतनी क्षमता है कि अपने देश के नौजवान पर विश्वास कर सके। उसके बाद इंटरव्यू की पद्धति को समाप्त किया। मोदी जी ने लाल किले से आह्वान किया था स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर कि क्या ऐसा संभव है कि इंटरव्यू के बारे में कुछ विचार किया जाए, और हमारे विभाग ने 2-3 महीने के अंदर उस प्रक्रिया को संपन्न किया। न केवल उसमें एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड मिला हर युवा को, चाहे उसकी पृष्ठभूमि कुछ भी रही हो, उन शिकायतों से भी मुक्ति प्राप्त हुई जो भेदभाव की, पक्षपात की आती थी, बल्कि स्टेट एक्सचेकर का खर्चा भी कम हुआ। और मुझे भली भांति याद है, और शायद क्षत्रिय जी को याद होगा कि ना हो, नहीं होगा तो उन्हें भी अच्छा लगेगा याद करके, कि वो उस समय चीफ सेक्रेटरी थे महाराष्ट्र के, और सबसे पहले महाराष्ट्र राज्य से ही हमें फीडबैक आया जिसमें उन्होंने एक बहुत ही संतोषजनक हमें एक इनपुट दिया कि इतना अमाउंट, इतनी सारी राशि उन्होंने बचाई स्टेट एक्सचेकर के लिए केवल इस कारण से कि इंटरव्यू के लिए वो सारी व्यवस्था नहीं करनी पड़ी। क्योंकि जैसे आप जानते हैं कभी एक पद के लिए हजारों याचिकाएं आती हैं, फिर आप इंटरव्यू करेंगे तो 1 सप्ताह इंटरव्यू चलेगा, फिर आप एक्सपर्ट बुलाएंगे, फिर एक्सपर्ट के लिए रहने की व्यवस्था होगी, भोजन की व्यवस्था होगी, प्रोटोकॉल की व्यवस्था रहेगी। तो कहने का तात्पर्य ये कि इस सरकार ने पिछली सरकारों से हट करके एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन करके, प्रयोग करके कुछ ऐसे नए इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं जो शायद पिछली सरकारें स्टेटस कोस्ट में रहते हुए मुनासिब नहीं समझती थी, या उस प्रकार का ना उनका ध्यान था, ना प्राथमिकता थी। इसी तरह उप मुख्यमंत्री जी सही फरमा रहे थे कि डेटा का ये युग है, और ये जो हमने डिजिटलाइजेशन किया है, ये ई गवर्नेंस है, ये जैसे मैंने कहा सरलता भी लाएगा, सुविधा भी लाएगा, समय भी बचाएगा, राशि भी बचाएगा, साथ ही साथ हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण डेटा का एक सोर्स भी बनेगा। उदाहरण के तौर पर जो सीपी ग्राम्स है, श्रीनिवास जी के ही देखरेख में चल रहा है हमारा ग्रीवेंस का सेल, जिसके साथ अब धीरे धीरे अन्य राज्य भी जुड़ रहे हैं। उनको भी हमने सुझाव दिया और अब उन्होंने वो प्रक्रिया शुरू भी कर दी है। वो उसके मैनुअल्स निकाल रहे हैं, यानी सबसे अधिक शिकायतें कौन से मंत्रालय की आती हैं, शायद रेलवे की आती हैं, फिर उसके अतिरिक्त स्वास्थ्य विभाग के। तो एक हमारे पास जब डेटा रहेगा तो हम संबंधित विभाग और मंत्रालय तक भी पहुंचा सकेंगे, वो भी मंथन कर सकेंगे, उनको भी अवसर रहेगा सोचने का कि कहीं कोर्स करेक्शन की जा सकती है। क्योंकि मेरा व्यक्तिगत ये मानना है कि यदि एक विषय को लेकर के 3 बार शिकायत आ जाती है एक ही प्रकार की, इसका अर्थ यह हुआ कि वो नियम संशोधित करने लायक है। पहली बार हो सकता है वो मोटिवेटेड हो, दूसरी बार हो सकता है किसी अपने स्वार्थ से किया हो, अगर तीसरी बार भिन्न भिन्न क्वार्टर से अगर एक ही शिकायत आती है तो उस पर विचार करना जरूरी है। लेकिन वो क्या ऐसा मुद्दा रहेगा या उसका क्या निवारण रहेगा, उसके लिए भी डाटा उपलब्ध करने के लिए ये मैनुअल्स रहेंगे। इसी तरह से हमने सेंट्रल विजिलेंस कमीशन के साथ भी आग्रह किया, उन्होंने भी हमें मैनुअल्स तैयार करके देने शुरू किए कि किस तरह के विजिलेंस केसेस आते हैं। अब जहां तक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स का संबंध है, देखा जाए वैसे तो ये इट्स अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस, और आजादी की मध्य रात्रि 15 अगस्त 1947 से ही प्रारंभ हो गया था, जब ये कलेक्टर रेवेन्यू कलेक्ट करने वाला, लगान कलेक्ट करने वाला रेवेन्यू ना रह करके डिस्ट्रिक्ट डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर बन गया टू जनरेट रेवेन्यू फॉर द वेलफेयर स्टेट, और निरंतर ये क्रम जारी है। लेकिन मोदी जी ने इसमें वैल्यू एडिशन ये किया कि उन्होंने इसे एक डिजिटल आउटलुक दिया, इसे एक नया स्वरूप दिया, और डिजिटल इंडिया का उल्लेख उन्होंने अपने स्वतंत्रता दिवस के भाषण में भी किया और समय समय पर भी करते रहे। और जैसा अभी इससे पूर्व कहा जा रहा था, जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल की जैम इटर्निटी, आपको स्मरण होगा शुरू में ही जनधन योजना के अंतर्गत सबके खाते खोलने का एक क्रम शुरू हुआ। लोगों ने प्रश्न किया कि ऐसा क्यों अनिवार्य है, आधार पर बल दिया गया, और आज उसके परिणाम हमें कोविड के दौरान देखने को आए। किस प्रकार राशि जिसके खाते में जमा करवानी थी पहुंच जाती थी, सही पहुंची कि नहीं पहुंची उसकी तस्दीक भी हो जाती थी। और इतना ही नहीं, कोविड के दौरान लगभग भारत सरकार में 80% कामकाज उसी तरह से सामान्य रूप से चलता रहा जैसे पहले चलता था। वो इसलिए कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कोविड आने से पहले, क्योंकि कोविड की किसी ने भविष्यवाणी नहीं की थी, लेकिन हम पूरी तरह से लगभग ऑनलाइन चले गए थे। और उसका यह प्रमाण है कि हमारे बहुत से ऐसे एजेंसी, जैसे हमारा कैट है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्राइब्यूनल, एक दिन भी उसमें विलंब नहीं हुआ। हमारा CIC, सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी को जान करके ये हैरत भी होगी और अच्छा भी लगेगा कि हमने एक आंकड़े इकट्ठे किए, तो जून मास 2020 और जून मास 2019 कि कितना डिस्पोजल हुआ सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन से RTIs का और अन्य याचिकाओं का। और आपको बड़ा अचंभा होगा जब मैं ये कहूंगा कि जून 2020 डिस्पोजल रेट हायर था, अधिक था, तुलना में 19 जून, जबकि कोविड अभी नहीं आया था। क्योंकि कोविड के दौरान हमारा ऑनलाइन काम लगातार चलता रहा, कई बार अवकाश के समय भी काम होता था और डिस्पोजल रेट बढ़ गया। और एक अधिकारी ने मुझे कहा कि अब नया मंत्र ये होना चाहिए कि मिनिमम अटेंडेंस मैक्सिमम आउटपुट। 50% हमारी हाजिरी रहती थी दफ्तरों में, लेकिन हमारे अधिकारी छुट्टी के दिन भी काम करते थे, शनिवार रविवार को भी करते थे। तो ये सारा इसलिए संभव हुआ कि एक व्यवस्था मोदी जी ने पहले से ही स्थापित कर दी थी, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप कोविड का हमारे ऊपर कोई प्रतिकूल प्रभाव नहीं पड़ सका। ई गवर्नेंस का जब उल्लेख किया जाता है तो कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं, इसके जो भिन्न भिन्न लाभ है, तो इंक्रीज ट्रांसपेरेंसी, इंक्रीज अकाउंटेबिलिटी, इंक्रीज ऑब्जेक्टिविटी, इंक्रीज सिटीजन पार्टिसिपेशन, जिसको बार बार हम बल देते हैं कि नागरिक की भागीदारी। और मुझे लगता है आने वाले समय में इसके और परिणाम हमारे अनुभव में आएंगे, क्योंकि अभी हम नए नए इस दिशा में निकले हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर जैसे हमारे अधिकारियों के एपीआर होते हैं, अक्सर ये शिकायत आती है साहब वो एपीआर गलत लिखा गया या सही नहीं लिखा गया। कई बार कोई अधिकारी हमारे पास ये भी आता है कि एक दूसरे के पास जाना मुश्किल होता है, तो जो जनप्रतिनिधि है उसके पास कोई भी जा सकता है। फिर कोई अधिकारी ये भी आके कहते हैं कि साहब वो फलां अधिकारी थोड़ा सा मेरे से नाराज था इसलिए उसने लिख दिया ऐसे, फलां को कुछ अपनी परेशानी थी उसने मेरे लिए ऐसे लिख दिया, मेरा घटा के 9 नंबर होना चाहिए था कर दिया 6 नंबर। अब जब आपके पास आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस होगा, जब आपके पास ऑनलाइन होगा, तो जो आपका कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी है या कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी है या आपका जो बॉस है, ना उसके मूड का कोई फर्क पड़ेगा, ना वो घर से नाराज आया कि खुश आया उसका फर्क पड़ेगा, ना वो आप पर मेहरबान है कि नहीं है उसका असर पड़ेगा। तो इस प्रकार की ऑब्जेक्टिविटी लाने का काम भी हमारे अनुभव में धीरे धीरे आने लगेगा। हमें राइट ऑफिसर फॉर द राइट जॉब, क्योंकि ऐसा हमने अब एक व्यवस्था तैयार कर ली है कि सिंपली बाय द क्लिक ऑफ माउस आपको हर अधिकारी का प्रोफाइल आपके सामने आ जाएगा और कंप्यूटर ही उसको मैच कर देगा एआई के जरिए, ताकि कोई बायस पर्सनल ना आए, ह्यूमन बायस, कि किस काम के लिए वो किस तरह से कितनी तरह से उपयुक्त रहेगा। सेविंग ऑन स्टेट एक्सचेकर होगा, जैसे मैंने अभी उदाहरण दिया, महाराष्ट्र से ही उसकी रिपोर्ट आई थी। साइंटिफिक इवैल्यूएशन, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट का अनुभव हुआ। पहले ऐसा हुआ करता था कि बैकवर्ड डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आते थे, जो मंत्री का अपना जिला होता था उसको बैकवर्ड में डाल देते, लेकिन एस्पिरेशन में ऐसा नहीं हुआ। अब चूंकि मैं उस टोली के साथ जुड़ा था, जिस दिन वो लिस्ट छाया हुई तो सबसे पहले मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी फोन आने शुरू हो गए, साहब आप दिल्ली में बैठे हैं, इतना भी नहीं कर सके, अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी कम से कम एक जिला डाल देते इसमें। लेकिन उनको बताना पड़ा, कभी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में वो जमाना जाता रहा कि अगर रेल के मंत्री बन जाओ तो सबसे पहले अपने गांव में रेल का स्टेशन बनाओ, भले मुसाफिर हो के ना हो। तो अब ये टोटल ऑब्जेक्टिविटी है। वहां 40-42 मापदंड है, पैरामीटर हैं, उसके आधार पर शिक्षा का पैरामीटर, स्वास्थ्य का पैरामीटर, सैनिटेशन का, और उसके आधार पर यह निर्णय किया जाता है कौन सा डिस्ट्रिक्ट एस्पिरेशन है, स्टेट के लेवल पे क्या है, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उसका क्या दर्जा है। इसी प्रकार स्वामित्व का कार्यक्रम हमारा एक सफल स्टोरी है, जिसमें लगभग सारी पंचायतों का इस प्रकार से मैपिंग कर दिया गया है कि अब बहुत से हमारे पटवारी मित्र भी सोचने लगे कि उनके लिए क्या काम रह गया करने को, क्योंकि नागरिक स्वयं एक्सेस कर सकता है अपनी जमीन की निशानदेही इत्यादि। प्रिवेंशन करप्शन एक्ट में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का इस्तेमाल धीरे धीरे आने लगा है। जो कोई याचिका देता है तो उसमें कितना सत्य है कितना नहीं है, और जो अनस्पोकन है वो भी क्या बात है। पेंशन के लिए बहुत सुधार हुए, डिजिटल प्रमाण पत्र तो था ही था। पिछले 7-8 महीनों से सबसे पहली बार मुझे लगता है कि सरकार में आर्टिफिशियल फेस रिकग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग किया गया है कि बहुत बुजुर्ग पेंशनर है तो उसकी हाथ की लकीरों में फर्क आ जाता है, बायोमेट्रिक को केवल मोबाइल में उसने देखना है और कैमरे के माध्यम से वो आधार से वेरिफिकेशन हो जाता है, तो 60 सेकंड में वो डिजिटल या फेस टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड, फेस रिकग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड प्रमाण पत्र उस बैंक तक उपलब्ध हो जाता है जहां उसकी पेंशन है। आरटीआई अब 24 घंटे कर दिया गया, पहले मजबूरी थी 10 से 4, अब उसको हमने मोबाइल ऐप पे डाल दिया है। कई ऐसे सज्जन होते हैं जिनको रात मध्यरात्रि के बाद ज्ञानोदय होता है, वो समय भी आरटीआई डाल सकते हैं। ये सारी क्रांतिकारी जो इस तरह के इनिशिएटिव लिए गए हैं पिछले कुछ एक वर्षों में, ये इसलिए गए कि पूरी तरह से हमने टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन गवर्नेंस की तरफ जाने का काम प्रारंभ कर दिया है। और अब ठीक कह रहे थे देवेंद्र जी कि जिला स्तर तक जाना, मुझे खुशी है कहते हुए गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स 2021 में हमने 10 सेक्टर कवर कर लिए और 58 उसमें इंडिकेटर हैं। डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नर इंडेक्स हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में लागू हो चुका है, जम्मू कश्मीर में लागू हो चुका है, अब मध्य प्रदेश में काम जारी है। धीरे धीरे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के सौजन्य से हर प्रदेश में इसको, और मैं चाहूंगा कि इसके बाद हम ब्लॉक के तरफ जाए, पंचायत की तरफ जाए। हमने एक अभियान भी शुरू किया है प्रशासन गांव की ओर, और इसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करने के लिए नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस सर्वे डिलीवरी असेसमेंट नाम का एक व्यवस्था भी स्थापित की है सन 2019 में। और बात करने से ये मैं कहूंगा पहले कि हम पहले तो आगे हम जब इस प्रकार की गोष्ठियां होती है तो ये कर सकते हैं कि हम एक तो जैसे हम गुड प्रैक्टिसेस अपने में एक्सचेंज करें, जैसे कि उप मुख्यमंत्री जी कह रहे थे कि कुछ राज्य ने कौन सी सक्सेस स्टोरी है वो दूसरे राज्य में डाइजेस्ट की। उसका सबसे एक अच्छा तरीका यह है कि कपलिंग ऑफ स्टेट्स, ये भी एक प्रयोग करने का प्रयास किया है थोड़ा बहुत, बीच में कोविड आ गया था। यानी जिन प्रदेशों की सामान्य परिस्थितियां या सामान्य उनकी प्राथमिकताएं या समस्याएं, उनको किस तरह से जोड़ दिया जाए एक निरंतर परामर्श के लिए, और कंटिन्यूअस इंटेग्रेशन, सो दैट उनका डे टू डे बेसिस पर अनुभवों का एक्सचेंज, आदान प्रदान है। अब छोटा सा उदाहरण मान लीजिए, जैसे झील का सफाई का एक बहुत बड़ा विषय रहता है कुछ एक प्रदेशों में, तो 2-3 प्रदेश ऐसे हैं जहां पर अक्सर ये शिकायत आती है। जम्मू कश्मीर में डल की झील है श्रीनगर में, मध्य प्रदेश में भोपाल की झील का काम है, मणिपुर में एक दूसरी झील है जिसको लेकर के सफाई को लेकर के पीछे कोई घोटाला भी हुआ, सीबीआई के पास भी चला गया। तो किस प्रकार से ये अपने आप को इंटेग्रेट कर ले। इसी प्रकार एग्रीकल्चर के क्षेत्र में, और अब उनका काम और सुचारू हो सके उसके लिए हमने कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कमीशन जो भी हाल ही में गठित हुआ है उसकी सेवाएं लेने का भी प्रयास शुरू कर दिया है। और अब आने वाले समय में जैसे कि अमृतकाल कहा जाता है कि 25 वर्ष सन 2047 में, मैंने श्रीनिवास जी से भी उस दिन मशवरा किया था कि मुझे लगता है कि हमें बल देना पड़ेगा उन अधिकारियों के शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण पर जिनके पास अगले 25 वर्ष अभी अपनी सेवा को समर्पित करने के लिए है, ताकि जब शताब्दी भारत का निर्माण हो तो उसका चित्र कैसा हो, उसकी तस्वीर कैसी हो, उसके लिए हम उनकी क्षमता निर्माण, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कर सकें। उस समय का दृश्य कैसा होगा उसके लिए हमने एक विजन 2047 डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करना शुरू किया, बिकॉज इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू विजुअलाइज 2047 थ्रू द प्रिज्म ऑफ 2023। जैसे आज स्वामित्व के कारण सारे रेवेन्यू अधिकारी कामकाज से हट गए, सारा काम नागरिक ने अपने जिम्मे ले लिया। इसी तरह 2047 में ना मालूम सिविल सर्वेंट का काम होगा भी कि नहीं होगा, कितना रहेगा कि प्रशासन का काम भी अधिकतर नागरिक ही अपने हाथ में ले लेगा। तो इन सब चीजों पर मंथन करके उस प्रकार का हम एक कल्पना चित्र बनाएं और अपने युवा अधिकारियों को उसके लिए तैयार करें। और आखिर में धन्यवाद करते हुए मैं ये कहूंगा कि हालांकि मुंबई इज नोन टू बी द कमर्शियल कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया, but very few people would know that it is one of the oldest seats of governance. जो पहली प्रेसिडेंसी बनी कलकत्ता में, फिर दूसरी बनी मद्रास और मुंबई में। So even though popularly Mumbai is known as commercial capital, but it is one of the oldest governance capitals of India, right from the British Raj times. And I'm sure, therefore, the message emanating from this conference, from the city of Mumbai, would be emanating and percolating to every nook and corner of this country. Thank you very much. और एक बार पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, sir.
नहीं छोड़ दो, हो गया,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Namaskar, everyone. We'll be starting the next session immediately. Next session is session number 6, Startups in E-Governance. Next session is Startups in E-Governance. And the session will be jointly chaired by Shri Sandeep Singhalji, co-founder Nexus Venture Partners. Please welcome, sir, and please have a seat, sir. मैं सभी से निवेदन करूंगी कृपया आप सभी बैठ जाए और हम नेक्स्ट सेशन इमीडिएटली शुरू कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट सेशन के चेयरपर्सन श्री संदीप सिंघल जी मंच पर पधारे हैं। कैन वी हैव अ गुड राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम प्लीज? थैंक यू। एंड दिस सेशन इज को-चेयर्ड बाय श्री संजय विजय कुमार जी, को-फाउंडर ऑफ पीपल फर्स्ट। Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar ji, co-founder of Pupil First. I invite him on stage. Session number 6, Startups in E-Governance. And this session is jointly chaired by Shri Sandeep Singhal ji and Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar ji. And the panelists are Mr. Rudraditya Bhattacharya. Welcome, sir. Mr. Rudraditya Bhattacharya ji, Regional Sales Director of Darwinbox. Darwinbox is the leading provider of cloud-based human resource management software. Their SAS platform engages and empowers employees across the entire life cycle, that is hire to retire. Welcome, sir. We have Madam Sonia Soman, founder and CEO of TrueCopy. Welcome, ma'am. Madam Sonia Soman, founder and CEO of TrueCopy. Hearty welcome, ma'am. TrueCopy provides enterprise digital signature solution for companies looking to automate digital signature on electronic documents. I kindly request Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar ji, co-founder of Pupil First. Can we have you on the stage, sir? Okay, fine. So shall we start with the session? Okay. Thank you so much. And I hand over the session to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Great. So, I wanted to thank the organizers, the Department of Administrative Reforms, Government of India, the General Administration Department, Maharashtra, and our host, Sudhata Sonik ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to chair this session and introduce you to 4 initiatives that are having a significant impact on governance in both the public and the private sectors. I'm here actually representing ACT Grants. It's a non-profit venture philanthropy platform that was founded in 2020 in response to COVID by a group of startup founders and venture capitalists. During the crisis, we worked very closely with governments across 24 states and 500 districts, including with the Maharashtra National Health Mission and the State Innovation Society to support COVID relief efforts with innovations from startups. At ACT, we give grants as seed capital to incubate and accelerate innovations that have demonstrated ability to address social needs at scale. And COVID relief taught us how to do that in close partnership with the government, as we supported 55 initiatives ranging from patient testing, masking, surveillance, to oxygenation and mental health helplines, and touched over 30 million citizens. In the session today, Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar will highlight Corona Safe, that started as an initiative in the Ernakulam district in Kerala to help with patient and facilities management, and was adopted in 6 districts in Maharashtra. And today is a digital public good called CARE, and is being used for ICU bed management across 100 districts across northeastern states. Rudratir Bhattacharya from Darwin Box, India's leading HR management platform, will share how they have eliminated paper at their clients and created employee delight, and translate that to how the same could be done with the government. Shipra Dawar will speak about how her work with various state and municipal governments to set up mental health helplines during COVID gave her the insight to build iWell, a cognitive behavioral therapy platform that the Maharashtra government is planning to use for screening and mental health care in the Gadchiroli district. And finally, we have Sonia Soman, who will hold a fireside chat with Mr. Khusru, the CIO of Eureka Forbes, to speak about how they have used the e-signing framework and True Copy solution to streamline their operations. Through these discussions, I hope our attendees will get ideas for your states and various departments on how to leverage technology in making government service delivery more efficient and provide citizen delight. With that, Sanjay, are you ready? Okay. So Sanjay will actually take you through a live demo of what they are doing with their platform. He's going to present from there? Okay.
Okay, hello everybody. Can you guys hear me? There's a small systemic glitch, but we're used to that, so it doesn't matter. So my name is Sanjay Vijay Kumar, and I'll quickly present you in a few minutes a story that I lived through during the pandemic. And you can just focus on the screen. We'll just run the story there, right? So you must have, if you jog your memory back 3 years, you would remember that the first case of COVID in India was reported in Kerala. A student came from Wuhan, a medical student, and that is the first official case of COVID in the country. And when that happened, we called the Chief Minister's office and we asked him, Sir, आपको मालूम है हमारी राज्य में कितने beds और ICU beds है? And they're like, we have no idea. And then we asked them, Sir, आपको मालूम है राज्य का पूरी 3-3.5 करोड़ लोग को फीवर होने वाली है? And they're like, नहीं ऐसे नहीं होने वाली है, ये अप्रैल तक खत्म हो जाएगी. And then we told the CM, so you will need to have 2-3 plans, right? Your best case plan is this gets finished by April and life goes back to normal. But your worst case plan is this is going to last for the next 6 to 18 months and we are going through a topsy-turvy turn. And if we are going to hit a situation where 3 crore people are going to get fever at some point or the other, you will need to prioritize who gets the bed and who is the critically ill patient. And for that, you will need to load all the hospitals in the state into one single network, all the ICUs, all the ventilators, all the ambulances, and then run a war room with that. And then the CM says, nobody's done it, right? And then we create, with around 200 of the brightest software engineers in the country, a very untold story of Corona Safe. A system which ran the war rooms in Kerala, which would give you live access to ventilators, oxygen, visualizations of capacity, facility management, telemedicines, ambulance, patient management, clinical data, tele-ICU, discharge summaries, the whole jing-bang, right? The whole jing-bang was completely built by 200 software engineers in 40 days. And this ran the COVID-controlled war rooms in Kerala. And what happened next was, after the first 40 days, when the engineers built this under Mekin Maheshwari, you must have heard of Mekin Maheshwari. Mekin was the ex-CTO of Flipkart. And Mekin led the team which sort of like came distributed from across the country and did this, right? But after the first 45 days of lockdown, the engineers started remote work. And then once software is created, you have to maintain it. You must use an iPhone or an Android. The first version of iPhone and Android is so different from the version you use now, right? And software is the same. It needs constant updates. And to build the software, ACT started an innovative project. And it was to find 30 of the brightest software engineers in our country who are students and train them in 12 weeks to become full-stack developers. For non-engineers, this means learning like German and French in like 12 weeks and being an extremely fluent speaker at it, right? So AICTE, the national regulator, announced a program called the Global Developership Program. And what we did was, we ran a test. And this was funded by the ex-Google chairman Eric Schmidt's foundation as well, along with Michael and Susan Dill Foundation and ACT, right? And to build the software which ran the National Health Mission's war rooms, we ran a test. 50,000 students took part in this test in December of 2020 to find the 30 brightest. From 35 states, all corners of the country, from 2,400 institutions. Can you take a guess how many people passed? 24. That was the first structural shock for the chairman at the All India Council for Technical Education. We've constantly said there is a gap between academy and industry, but nobody has ever run a standardized test to figure out how large the gap was. Out of 50,000 students, we could find 24. And these 24 students then built the software. They built a software which was further recognized by United Nations as India's 50th public digital good in the world. So during COVID crisis, two goods were recognized by United Nations. One is a software most of you have used. It's called CoWIN. It's where you store your vaccine certificate. The second was the untold story behind the scenes. This was the software that ran the war rooms. And when the oxygen crisis came next, and it came, definitely it came in May, these 18 smart engineering students from all across the country built the oxygen modules that gave the government officials a real-time idea, where is your oxygen capacity, where is the demand, where is utilization. And if you've seen the oxygen crisis, Kerala never had an oxygen crisis. So these tools were built, and these tools lasted, and these tools saved life. And somebody was watching this, a man called Srikant Nadamuni. If you've not heard of Srikant Nadamuni, he was the CTO of Aadhaar. He built Aadhaar for Nandan Nilekani. And during one of the sessions which ACT hosted during that time, which every week there was weekly sessions where the best practices like this event was shown, every week it was shown. And Srikant saw this and he realized, jahan pe oxygen tha, wahan hi oxygen khatam ho gaya. In 766 districts in our country, there are 300 districts which doesn't even have an ICU bed. Right? So 300 districts in rural and remote India where the entire district doesn't have an ICU bed. And they started a project called the 10-bed ICU project. The project designs to create 10 ICU beds, each costing 4 lakhs at a cost of 40 lakhs to deploy it across the country. And these ICU beds were started to get deployed in Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Manipur, Nagaland, Sikkim, right, in different parts of the country. And then you realize one thing very quickly, right? There is no doctor. 130 crore people, we don't have doctors, we don't have specialists, we don't have nurses, right? That's the reality we live in. And then the engineering students came up with another innovative solution, which I'll quickly just show you, right? So in all these hospitals, so this what you're seeing is Manipur, this is Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Science, and all these hospitals are district hospitals where the students build a solution where in the cloud, you can see all the beds and ventilators, and all the 5-para monitors. So if you go inside an ICU, and I didn't know any of this, right? I was not from the healthcare domain. In all the ICUs, there are these 5-para monitors which plugs into you and takes your oxygen, your heart rate, your BP. You know, this is what is monitored continuously. This entire thing was built on the cloud by these students. And then to enable like a remote doctor who's sitting in the medical college and help a doctor sitting somewhere in a remote district, they hooked up a dome camera, very high resolution dome camera. You know, the ones you can see that cricket, that ball hit the stumps from like the way in the boundary, like super high resolution cameras, which can then give the doctor in the field a very good idea of what the patient is going live, and then compare it along with the vital monitors that's there, and then start a telemedicine call with a remote doctor on the ground, and then help deliver care. So this is what the students did, and this is now live, running in 100 districts in our country. Right? So maybe let me show you like some quick glance of this. It's just to give you like a short idea, right? This is somewhere in... You guys hear a sound?
My granny is 96 years old. She fell down and some pelvic bones broke, and she was bedridden already since before. But recently, she was infected with the typhoid, and it was a bit severe. On the first day we came to the ICU, she was unconscious already.
여기 컨디션지 호스피탈리 pomtamli sri salakauda kaiwa uknang lang pomhani mushora baing si chang kula shalo bajika uknang haisani
ICU mali sani ja isi imphal likutare ka imphal likuta zalala ari kaksi oxygen badhagu de shongvali on the way lila shiman khaile shok paji.
The absence of ICU facilities in district hospitals was a significant gap in healthcare services. Patients in remote districts suffers immensely due to a lack of critical care facilities and specialists. This often leads to the loss of precious lives on the way to the higher order tertiary facilities in the state capital. On the 3rd of May 2022, the government of Manipur launched the 10-bed ICU project, setting up ICU units across all district hospitals. Under the project, Manipur also became the first state to set up a tele-ICU hub and spoke IT infrastructure, connecting all the district ICU units to a centralized hub at JNIMS, that is, Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Sciences in Imphal.
Most of the serious patients that we encounter in our hospital, we usually refer to Imphal.
The road condition ICU project at the district hospitals.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so this is to just give you like a quick idea that, this thing sort of like worked. And then, obviously, the students who did this, landed amazing jobs. So you had multinational companies come and pick them up, Google and Microsoft and Atlassian, and you name them, right? And then, the Ministry of Education, which was super excited by what the students did, converted this curriculum as India's national model curriculum. And then they said, let's train 1 lakh teachers and 24 million students to do this. Right? And then we launched another program called Leadership in Teaching Excellence to find the brightest teachers in our country to then skill them up and do this. And here came the next shock. So the national competition was run. 495 institutions from 27 states participated. The best of our faculty applied. From 695 faculty, the top 100 were selected. And guess how many people passed? 2. So we had another shock when we had 2 faculty passing this whole test, which then led to the next result. This is sort of weird, but yeah. But I think you can see this, right? So the report sums up like this. Yada Guru Tada Shishya. And this exposed a very critical structural crisis in our country, right? Which we can't just, afford to ignore. We have 2 regulators, 1,100 universities, 50,000 colleges, 15 lakh schools, 1 crore teachers, educating 25 crore students. And you now know where the structural crisis is. We have a structural crisis, right? And if you have a structural crisis in education, it's pretty much like having a structural crisis in the foundation of your building. If the foundation of building is struck and it has a crisis, it has a structural failure, no matter how many times you paint on it or how many times you renovate it, the building is still structurally damaged. And if you want to build a foundation for a new country, a new India, you need to start from the classrooms. And this is the final part of the whole presentation, right? So I want to show you like a vision of what the next generation classrooms will look like, right? Pretty much a quick summary of this. Okay, so all of us are familiar with this part, right? We're familiar with the classroom. Like the cell to a body, classroom to a nation's educational system, right? And our teachers didn't have the best tools. It was designed in 1986 with textbooks. The best we've seen so far is to put computers in the hands of students and teachers. But it doesn't matter, you just give computers. Just like a processor, right, to a computer, and how the processor powers up a computer's capabilities, a digital backend is required for the classroom. And in this digital backend, the teacher is now connected to the industry experts, researchers, and other teaching assistants, these smart 40 students who learn the curriculum, to clear doubts. And the industry experts in this model are the ones who create the curriculum to ensure that our teachers and our students are never learning an outdated curriculum. The curriculum goes always dynamically updated. And then the quizzes and those things are set up by these teachers. Students can log into these curriculums and start learning them. And when they have doubts, they can ask senior students who previously learned this same curriculum. So the students that the first program trained, those students now across the country act as teaching assistants and help other students learn this knowledge. And then the teachers are able to see continuous assessments. So in a regular assessment system, what happens is, if you've been to a college, you do a final year, you do a project in your end semester exam, and then you have 2 assessments. But in the new education policy, you're doing more than 10 assessments continuously per student. So in a class of 60, you're now doing more than 600 assessments. And this is where new technological infrastructure comes up and automates the assessment to help the teacher reduce the load. And then the teachers now are able to manually see where different students in the class are lying. So she is able to then figure out who is the student who is learning fast, and that students in the orange, who are the students who are slow in the class. And this sort of model is then enabled by researchers. And the researcher in this particular case is a lady called Dr. Leena Chandran Vadya. She is the one committee member who wrote the national education policy for Dr. Kasturi Rangan. So now you've mixed the best of industry, the best of research, and the best of Indian students into one digital backend that will power analytics and that will power education for the whole country. So this is just a quick idea of what happened, and just to summarize, right? The thought I want to leave you with this one. Just 40 students were able to build a tele-ICU and a war room which saved hundreds and thousands of lives. And the biggest challenge in e-governance today is, one of the biggest challenges in e-governance is that you need to build software. And to build software, you need really good engineers. And these engineers are extremely expensive. And one model we want to propose along with ACT is that if we can collaborate and work together in all the states, in all these departments, we can find the brightest students in your states, train them up, and give them to you on 1-year internships, dramatically accelerating your capabilities to build and deliver software for your e-governance projects. And the model that you saw in the war room, the models that you saw in the tele-ICU, and what we are doing with the ministry to scale this up is an example and a proof of concept that this can be done in our country. Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to highlight what Sanjay said. I think the key thing here was that we used the tele-ICU as a product example for those students to work on. And that's what the students need, right? So it was a win-win for everyone. The students learned by using the tele-ICU sort of product roadmap to build. The tele-ICU founders and the team actually benefited because they got effectively free labor. We paid for it. It was just a small stipend. And at the end of it, they have a solution that's being used in Manipur and other states for provisioning tele-ICUs. Next, Radhatya Vajnu will talk about HR.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Sujata ma'am, for providing us this platform. I think we've probably not touched as many lives as the previous presentation has, but I think ours is a very, very different sort of platform which we want to showcase to the larger audience here and give a bit of background about who we are as an organization and what have we been doing. I'm joined here by Agam. Agam and I, we will take you through a quick presentation and a bit of an overview of our product and what can we do for the e-governance in general. So overall, I think for us, what we have seen when we were growing up all the time, any large IT infrastructure that any Indian company or any government company has bought has always been either made or being bought from a foreign company. And namely, it has been either an SAP or an Oracle. These are the typical names that come to your minds. And these are large infrastructure, software infrastructure, which is required to make things go on in every organization, right? It is from the employee standpoint or the organization standpoint, the backbone for everything. And this is a platform which touches every person. If I just take an example of the Maharashtra state government, it will touch every person who is working in the public works department. It is going to touch every person who is working in the Mantralaya. It is going to touch every person who is working in, say, a BEST. And that's how wide the net can be cast, actually, with a platform like this. And everyone needs this. It needs them to look at their own data. It needs them to get their own attendance or leaves module in. It needs them to apply for a pass with which they can go out and work. Because during the COVID period, everyone needed a pass because of which, and for which they were allowed to go out. So everything that we do today via paper, all of this can be eliminated, at least from an employee and an organization standpoint for an employee. So when we started off, I think one of the challenges that we took is, can we build a product from India which will be used by a 4 lakh employee, 5 lakh employee organization today? Because they, for example, a State Bank of India or, for example, anything that we look at scale is not using an Indian product. So our idea is India has done great in terms of IT services and has built brilliant companies like Infosys and Wipro, which take on the leaders of the world. But we haven't done extremely good when it comes to a product company. So that's what we started off with. We are backed by a lot of global investors, and these are the guys who have actually done a lot of investment in terms of building enterprise-grade products. And some of the leading investors have actually also given us not only their money, but also given them their advice. And one of the things that we were very proud of, which happened last year, is these announcements were actually announced on NASDAQ, wherein they congratulated the Darwin Box team for making it to the Unicorn Club. And I think there are a lot of things in which we are being touted as the David and Goliath battle of the entire enterprise technology space. So some of our recent wins, I think Microsoft has decided to partner with us, and so has the State Bank of India. So the State Bank of India is also someone that is recently come on board as one of our partners, and I think we keep on going and doing this. We work with the National Stock Exchange, we work with the NSDL, we work with a bunch of SBI entities, we work with the RBI subsidiaries. So I think we work a decent amount in the government space already, and I think the problem that we are trying to solve for is the entire suite of applications which an employee is going to use. So basically what we are doing is we are creating the backbone of the employee organization structure. And along with that, everything that an employee and an organization is going to do is going to come and fit in this particular piece. People have the option of choosing what they want to do, and people have the option of choosing how much they want to digitize, because every organization has a journey. So today, if we are on paper for, say, most of the things that we do, say any approval that we want, we still take a paper and get that signed by 2 or 3 folks in the entire ecosystem. Tomorrow, can we automate this approval system by all of that being digitally signed off, and that particular paper being available for everyone to consume and everyone to view. So that is what our model is. So once you do this, all of the employee transactions can come in here. And sitting here, everyone is going to talk about data, and everyone is going to talk about how important insights are. So our end game is essentially to empower the organizations with enough and more data as to what is happening in their organization. Who is moving from which role to which role. So I'm pretty sure in the government every 1.5 to 3 years, people have to move from one department to the other because of how the entire government machinery is structured. So how do you make those transfer processes? How many transfer processes have you done? In those transfer processes, what are the kind of skills that you have, in each of the roles, what are the kind of skills that you have learned? How can you use a particular person, say there is a problem in Nagpur, and you want someone with a specialized skill to fix it, and it is not available in Nagpur. How quickly can you search for that person being, say, available in Pune and can fix that same problem? So skilling is very, very important. We have a lot of pieces on from NSDC which are currently being used by have the skill infrastructure, but the skilling infrastructure is currently disparate for a particular organization. You can't go to an NSDC website and find out who from my organization is skilled in a certain type of problem solving. So that is where I think a single platform where you have people coming in, joining you from right from the start, getting their information, understanding what kind of people are they, what kind of skills do they have, what kind of competencies do they have, what is their career path, and what are they going to do eventually at the end of their career. And all of this is going to come in with Darwinbox. So what is our offering here for the e-governments? Our offering for e-governments is basically paperless with Darwinbox. I think everyone knows that paper is not only just an environmental hazard. Paper is also a big cost that every organization currently is incurring. That's the kind of cost that we are talking about. 1 to 3% of the annual revenue is just on printing. We can simply eliminate all of these things if we just follow workflows. At the end of the day, an enterprise system is nothing but a set of workflows. It is a set of approvals. It is a set of forms. All of it, if you can build it seamlessly on the system, a lot of these things can possibly go ahead. So take an example of a whistleblower policy. A whistleblower policy is something that is supposed to be raised by someone. It is supposed to be read by someone, but no one else is supposed to know that. It's all driven by a permission framework. So if I want to create a whistleblower policy today, it is very difficult for, I think, anyone to go and talk to or find out who is the person that I need to reach out to in the vigilance team to actually talk about this. Maybe all of this can be created as part of a workflow which people can just go to and go there. And trust me, I think when I talk about data being very important, security is as important as data. So all of this, while it is on the cloud, we take care of security at a very, very large level. We all know that India today is going into a data privacy draft bill has already been tabled. This is nothing new for the world because such data privacy draft bills already exist in the Europe, in the Americas. And I think some of these are required for us to be already incorporated in our system because our product is right now being used across 90 countries. So we are already geared towards, we've seen the draft PDP bill, we've seen the security policies, and already we are ready for any of those things. So we've talked about, say, the whistleblower, we've talked about complaints, we can talk about digital sign-off, we can talk about acknowledgement, we can talk about automated process flows. All of these things at the end of the day are basically configured to each organization's processes, and those processes ultimately translate into a lot of steps that you can take. And another piece that I can actually talk about is going mobile. So processes are on one side, but today increasingly we see that with a distributed setup like a Maharashtra government, right? If people are present in very, very hinterlands where I don't think they have access to a desktop or a laptop at all, but they do have a mobile phone. And that mobile phone may work in 3G environments, may work in 4G environments depending on the network presence. But for them, work still needs to be done. If I need to raise an approval for a particular document, can I take a photograph from my mobile phone, send it via a workflow, and someone else can actually use that instead of resorting to India Post where I can where I need to physically use that particular document, send it to a larger setup in the district, and then finally come to the central teams. All of these workflows can actually be set up so that people can do it from the mobile phone. Today, from the mobile applications, we see someone who's coming in to, say, clean our houses from an urban club or urban company, and they take a photo and they say that, hey, I have cleaned your sofa and things like that. Why can't that be done for the attendance as well, right? If I am at my office location, which is, say, in a tehsil somewhere in Latur, why can't I actually go and mark my attendance from there without even the need for a laptop or a desktop? Right? Today, all the attendances that are getting marked are basically paper-based. Someone has to tell us that this is the attendance of this person, and thereby policies and processes are applied on this. So we do have a quick minute to actually show you how easy this system is, how easy the navigation is, and this is a live demo of our system. There are a host of modules that are available. Each module is essentially one kind of a workflow or the other. But if you show the org view, Agam, I think that org view is something that really would help. If I have to look at the organization structure of anyone, today I think starting from the chairman, chief minister's office all the way down, how does the entire organization structure looks like? I'm pretty sure it's very difficult for any one of us to do this. But if data exists for the Maharashtra state government on this particular platform, organization structure, transparency, as well as flexibility of looking at information in various different ways is going to be one of the key outcomes that you can drive from there. If you want to see how many departments exist in the organization, in the Maharashtra government today, all departments are in various shapes and sizes, are present in different ways. How many employees are there in the organization? All of these things are going to be at the click of a button. It's very easy for me to say that these things are going to get done. It will be a long project, of course. Getting and collecting data of this nature is perhaps maybe an endeavor that will happen for the first time and put it on the same platform. We've done this before. So I think we are pretty confident that this is something that organizations are looking forward to. And I think going paperless is, I think today, not an option anymore. It's a mandate. So I think a lot of these things that we have done are actually way forwards for organization to turn themselves completely paperless.
Thank you, Rudatya. I think as the Honorable DCM said earlier, the move to the public cloud was a big shift that the Maharashtra government did. And as you saw over here, the demo was actually all on the cloud. So it was literally a website that Rudatya just took you to and then went in there. So it's very easy to deploy, and that's great. Thank you. We'll now move to Sonia and Sonia Soman from TrueCopy. She's going to do a fireside chat with Mr. Khusru from Eureka Forbes. Sir, would you like to come forward? And I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Sir, please. I'll just go through a few slides. Hello, sir. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Sonia Soman, founder and CEO of TrueCopy Credentials. We are based in Pune, and we serve clients all across India. So what do? We are a document authentication company. We've built a comprehensive digital signature platform which can be used as a means to authenticate documents, to secure documents, and to automate signatures and streamline business processes. So as you know, there are lots of problems with paper-based documents and physical signatures on them, tampering, forgery being one of the primary ones. With digital signatures, you can not only verify the identity of the signer, but you can also ensure that the data integrity is maintained. Till date, we have over 1,600 large companies across India that trust TrueCopy with their signing requirements. Over 1 billion signatures have been done using our platform, and basically use our platform to eliminate paper completely, in the process save trees, protect the environment. Moving on. So we launched our mission to build a digital signature platform of choice for organizations to issue and exchange authenticated documents in a secure way globally. So this could be exchange of documents between educational institutions in India and overseas. It could be within an organization, within departments, or it could be from an employer to a prospective employee, and so on. We work with a number of verticals, companies in a number of verticals. They are enlisted here. We do work with a number of government organizations also, to name some, UPSC, RCF, they are some of the institutions that are using our solutions, and then whole bunch of companies in all of these areas. And typically the use cases that are covered are, they use the platform for signing finance documents, for signing invoices, purchase orders, for signing HR letters, employee letters, for doing and executing agreements with vendors and partners, and so on. So amongst the 1,600 customers, Eureka Forbes Limited is one of our esteemed customers based in Bombay, and they're using TrueCopy to a great extent for a number of their use cases. And I'm very happy to have Mr. Khushru Mistry. He is the CIO and SVP of Eureka Forbes here today, and for a little chat. So welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, so to begin at the very beginning, what were really the pain points that you were facing at Eureka Forbes that made you evaluate, and go digital with signatures?
The most important point is the compliance, and second is non-wastage of paper. We were signing about 4 lakh invoices a month, sending it and posting it to the customer. And there's always a chance of misuse of the invoice documents. So when you compound it over a year, it's a huge amount of paper which is getting lost, a huge amount of issues which may come up because of compliance, and because of the government regulations that when we sell a product, our invoices must go with the product.
Right.
So this was one of the pain points, the 2 pain points which we had. And the third pain point was basically the number of signatures which a divisional CEO has to do every single year while giving incentives to the people. And for us, it's an incentive-based business. So every month, they have to sign reams of paper, which have to be sent out to our franchisees, our business partners, our staff.
That's a lot of paper. And I hope that the signature platform that you've now started using, and you've been using it for a few years now, and gradually you added more and more use cases to it. So how has that journey been for you? How has it helped you?
It has eliminated one predominant issue, which is how do you do e-governance correctly? How do you do compliance? And how do you reduce your risk? With digital signatures, one thing which we identified is that the customer who is actually receiving the product gets a proper invoice digitally signed by the company, and that gives credence to the fact that they are getting the right product from the company from which they've bought. There's also some misuse which happens, definitely, where spare parts, for example, can be misused in this country, and we've seen that. Utilizing the digital platforms, now we are able to ensure that the product is delivered at the right time, it is countersigned, and it provides what we call as a genuine service to the customer, which ultimately gives delight to the customer in terms of customer experience.
Wonderful.
I think going forward, we want to make water purifiers more accessible to everybody in this country. So how do you get from India to Bharat is what we're trying to do, and I think this platform is going to help us significantly in our journey to give purified water to the masses across the country.
Wow, that's great to hear. And recently, a few months back, probably almost a year back perhaps, you started utilizing digital signatures even for HR letters and so on. So I'm curious, how did that work out for you, as in the decision to go in for digital signatures? Because I do know traditionally HR departments are a little reluctant to let go of paper-based documents. So how did you accomplish that at Eureka Forbes?
One thing is for certain, that the company believes in saving paper. All the CEOs of the different verticals would refuse, or to a certain extent make excuses of why they could not sign the paper. And it's not just about the HR, it's also incentives.
Okay.
When we got to more of the gig economy worker strategy after COVID, we found that signing those letters as incentives, okay, it takes a significant amount of resource of the senior management.
Right.
Here they're able to do it in bulk. They're able to understand what they're sending, to whom they are sending, and it's all digitally delivered.
Right.
So mobile proliferation in this country has been so widespread, which has absolutely helped this country. We are just riding the wave to make sure that that technology is utilized for the betterment of the citizens of the country and our people.
Wow, great. In the transition from paper to electronic signatures for end users, not just senior management, but staff that's uploading documents and initiating workflows for signing and things like that. So was the adoption easy for them, or did it map to your existing processes, or was there like some change? And obviously some change is always involved, and there is some resistance to it. But how did you navigate that?
Our demographics of our user is more Gen Y and Gen Z. Instantaneous acceptance.
Great.
Right? It's only the management who have more of gray hair, had a little bit of sense that I bought an expensive pen, I want to be able to sign it. But frankly, they adopted it much better when they found that they could communicate with the Gen Z and Gen Y much better.
Right.
Because they are born in the cloud. They are born on the mobile.
Very well said, yeah.
So, and Instagram and of course not Facebook so much, but Twitter is what they live on.
Right.
So having it done digitally, having it on the mobile, having it in the cloud, accessible anytime that they want, the adoption was very, very quick.
Oh, wow. Excellent. So you've gone through this whole journey of setting up, digital signatures for your organization, setting up various solutions that map onto several use cases. Now, what would be some tips or maybe advice for organizations that are setting out on this journey, or want to do something like this?
Choose the right partner. Adopt it immediately. Drive the change management through your, I would say, Gen Z and Gen Y staff, because they will formulate and they will force even the people who are the baby boomers who do not wish to accept it. It will transcend to the company quickly.
Right.
Implement it quick, implement it fast. Think about the world, think about India, save paper, because if we don't do it today, our next generation is not going to have it. So I think doing it quickly, doing it precisely, bringing in the compliance, they are all positives for every company to get this thing done quickly. Because ultimately, even the government regulations stipulate that when we provide a service, we have to provide a genuine service for the person who's buying it.
Right.
This thing dictates it and enforces it, that part.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kishore. Thank you, Sonia. The last person on our dais right now is Shipra Dawar, who will talk a bit about what we did with mental health.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be talking about the work that the government is doing with startups in the space of mental health. I think it goes beyond me, the fact that as startups, we today have a stake and a place to work and bring an impact with the government was unheard for startups like us. So thank you so much for this initiative and all the work that the government has done, not just for mental health, but across fields, to bring in startups innovation to make the difference. I run one of the India's first in leading mental health startup. During 2020, when the pandemic was in its throes, the government and the ACT, it was because of ACT that the government reached out to startups like us to create mental health interventions and reach the last mile. Through the pandemic and with our work with more than 12 district and state governments, we were able to provide mental health solutions to more than 5 lakh individuals in this country, and these included people like migrant laborers, ASHA workers who were completely despondent with the crisis that had been unfolded onto them, the COVID patients, the families, the people who were struggling because of the economic slowdown that had hit them out of the blue. During the pandemic, we saw what WHO always said, that more than 300 million people in India are suffering from mental health issues, and mental health is actually one of the top crises in the healthcare sector that the world faces today. The government actually recognized it, and in the 2022 was visionary enough to bring the tele-mental health policy. I must say that I'm doing a course in Harvard of leadership for mental health champions, and they globally recognize that India's policy for mental health is the best in the country, and the US is only emulating this now. So that stands for the testament of what the government is doing to enable mental health solutions like ours, and this was the policy that enabled the formation of I Will Care, which is a digital screening tool completely based on AI, which not just understands what a person may be dealing with clinically, but also the social determinants behind it. It could be a farmer struggling with a loan who's a single bread earner in the family. That could be triggering the mental health condition, and those screening points go very, very important, because you then not just solve the clinical problem, but the government has the data to bring in more solutions that solve the root of the crisis that there is. We also build in completely AI conversational based tools to actually help people with therapies. Mental health is an expensive service, and AI enables you to cut down the costs of that service to 1/8. The good thing is that ACT supported us with the funds for that. Microsoft has recently supported us with the funds for that, but also the technical know-how for that. And we've already started to build this in Marathi. We are doing a small pilot in the district of Yavatmal with bringing in screening tool for the farmers who are destitute because of the issues that they have faced, but specifically mental health concerns, and then bring in interventions which are already existing in the state through the digital platform I Will Care to the people who most need it. The reason why a startup like mine is working in the heart of Maharashtra is because of the e-governance, because of the regional governance of the government of Maharashtra and the national government. Our startup aims to bring mental health care access to everyone, and I would say that it enables because of the good policies that this government has, both at the center and the state. And Shaunik ma'am was very instrumental in our journey for scaling eSci Clinic's solution through MSINS at that time in 2020. So special thanks to her and to Sandeep. And I hope that we, after this session that we had, we stop taking mental health care less seriously. It's the foundation of our health, and it's as important as the physical health. The government is doing everything necessary to make it the equal sister of healthcare so that our citizens are healthy, and can live their life to the fullest potential. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Shipra. I think one point that Shipra made, I think it's true for all the other startups as well, is that language usage, making sure that we can support these solutions in local language is a big thing. And this is one thing that I have to give a lot of credit to our Indian entrepreneurs, right? So the Indian entrepreneurs, I think Rudra mentioned this, that, they are building solutions for India. And part of that is the requirement that they have to be done in our local languages. And that's what, is very important when the government is involved, right? It has to be local language. So I think partnering with local entrepreneurs who are building solutions, that's a big advantage as well. So thank you once again for all your time. I know we have the next session and we're running a little behind, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. I request all of you to be here for some time for a photo, and I request Srimati Radhika Rastogi ji, Joint Director, NBSNNA, Masuri, Uttarakhand, and I request her to felicitate the chairperson and the panelist. Srimati Radhika Rastogi ji. Sonia Soman ma'am. Rudraditya Bhattacharya, Sanjay Vijay Kumar, Shipra Davar. Thank you very much. And ma'am, please be here for a photo. Thank you so much, everyone. It was a wonderful session, very insightful session from you all. It is said that life is like a bicycle. You have to keep moving to maintain the balance. So we are moving ahead. We are starting with session 7, e-services delivery in states. Session 7, e-services delivery in states. And I invite on stage the chairperson, Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD. I invite Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD, for session number 7, e-services delivery in states. Welcome, sir. I invite Shri Amit Arora ji, Municipal Commissioner, Rajkot, Gujarat. Yes, we can have really a good round of applause. I'm just hearing few bits here from here and there. Also, Shri Ramdas Jagtap, Deputy Collector, Government of Maharashtra. Shri Ramdas Jagtap. Welcome, sir. Also, I would like to invite Srimati Rachna Patil, Special Secretary, GAD, Government of Bihar. Madam Rachna Patil ji, can we have you on stage? We are starting with session number 7, e-services delivery in states. Srimati Rachna Patil, Special Secretary, GAD, Government of Bihar. Welcome, ma'am. And now I hand over the session to the chairperson, Shri Abhishek Singh ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First and foremost, I know that we are the last session before lunch and we are a bit behind schedule, so we'll try to expedite the session as much as possible. And I would like to start with thanking the Government of Maharashtra for convening this. I've been attending the session since morning and they have been really, really insightful. And the presentations in the last session with regard to what Darwin Box is doing or what Sanjay has done in Kerala with Corona Safe and now he's taking it to the education sector with People First is really, really so much to take back from there. And I'm sure the session that we have now, e-service delivery of in states, will have similar examples for us to see. And ultimately, whenever we look at Digital India, or Honorable DCM also mentioned, our MOS also mentioned, like the initiatives that have been taken in the Digital India initiative in the last 8 to 10 years has really transformed the way citizens interact with the government, the way citizens access public services. We've always been talking about the India Stack projects, whether it's the Aadhaar project or the UPI project or the DigiLocker project, or when we look at the stacks that have been built up, the health stack, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, or the Agri Stack, about which Agri Stack, or the education, the Diksha project, or the Swayam project, or the in healthcare e-Sanjeevani, all these projects are like bringing technology closer to citizens. And the way citizens are accessing it is making life simpler for everyone, and it's what leads to ease of living. So I would also like to just mention, this morning there was a mention by the former Chief Secretary with regard to the article which Srivastava wrote on Bhashini and Chat GPT integration, and how, and this solution was developed by our team, and we did do a demo of the same solution to Mr. Satya Nadella of Microsoft when he was in Delhi in last 10 days back. And I would say that that is something that's really, really helped people. Like it's in a beta stage right now, but for the convenience of everyone, I would just like to give a small demo of how it works. What has been done is the Bhashini is the language translation tool that we have built in, which allows seamless translation between all Indian languages, in both speech to speech, text to text, speech to text, and text to speech. So, but using that, those APIs, we integrated it with WhatsApp and built a bot, and also integrated it with Chat GPT to get answers to real life questions. And we have been training this bot on especially government schemes, so that citizens who are not able to navigate a website or an app, they are very comfortable in using a WhatsApp interface. So they can ask any question in 6 Indian languages we have enabled, and this will answer. So this is the Bhashini bot on WhatsApp. So on the voice note, one can ask about any question. So if there is a volunteer who would like to ask anything, would you like to volunteer? So just record a voice note, and you can ask about in Hindi. Right now, the language is set in Hindi, about anything that you want to know. Just record it here. Press this. The Bhashini bot. Just press this icon and do a voice note, just like you record on WhatsApp. Ask any question. No, you have to keep on pressing on WhatsApp.
महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री कौन है?
Not this kind of question. It can do that also, but ideally you could ask about any public scheme. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana kya hota hai? This will also, it will tell something. Like it has, what it has done is that it has transcribed his question, the voice note, into Hindi. Maharashtra ke mukhyamantri kaun hai? But since Chat GPT relies on former information, Chat GPT is updated only till 2021. So it will give you the wrong answer. It will give, so it's giving the former chief minister as the new, as the present CM. So we need to, so we are training it for public schemes. तो उज्ज्वला स्कीम, स्कॉलरशिप स्कीम, या फिर ई ऑफिस, या किसी भी चीज के बारे में, ऐसे बारे में पूछिए.
पार्टी जब भी पीएमएफबी आए, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना क्या है?
It has recorded the first one also. So it heard what he asked as PM कौन है. So it says कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री सरकार के प्रमुख हैं. When he mentioned our PMFBY, because he spoke very fast, it heard about Prime Minister कौन होते हैं. And उसका answer also it gives a voice.
सरकार के प्रमुख हैं और देश में कार्यकारी शक्ति रखते हैं. प्रधानमंत्री का चुनाव संसद के निचले सदन लोकसभा के सदस्यों द्वारा किया जाता है और आमतौर पर वह उस पार्टी या गठबंधन का नेता होता है.
And suppose, yes please, record आराम से.
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में बताइए.
So she has asked about प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना. So it has transcribed in Hindi, प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में बताएं, and now it will give the answer. It is given the answer in text, and it will also translate to voice. Yeah, the voice has come.
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना PMFBY 2016 में शुरू की गई एक सरकारी योजना है, जिसका उद्देश्य किसानों को फसल उत्पादन से जुड़े जोखिमों का प्रबंधन करने में मदद करना है. यह योजना किसानों को फसल कटाई से पहले और कटाई के बाद दोनों तरह के जोखिमों के लिए फसल बीमा कवरेज प्रदान करती है और प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के कारण फसल के नुकसान की स्थिति में वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करती है. यह योजना किसानों को बेहतर कृषि पद्धतियों को अपनाने और फसल पैदावार में सुधार के लिए आधुनिक प्रौद्योगिकियों में निवेश करने के लिए प्रोत्साहन भी प्रदान करती है.
So what it does is that like you can follow on. इसके बाद अगर हम पूछे कि प्रधानमंत्री फसल योजना का लाभ हमें कैसे मिल सकता है, तो ये उसका पोर्टल बता देगा, CSC बता देगा कहां जाके करना है. एंड इट कैन ऑल्सो आंसर इन मराठी और मलयालम और कन्नड़ा, गुजराती, 6 languages have been integrated and it keeps on giving answers. So मराठी का दिए? Okay, let me try. I will just change the language to Marathi. Who will volunteer for Marathi? I don't know Marathi. Okay. So ma'am, you can ask in Marathi about any public scheme. Record a voice note. Yes, record a voice note. You ask the question in what it should do is that even though the question is in mix of Hindi and English, it says महाराष्ट्र में गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए क्या काम किया जा रहा है ना, किया जा रहा है. बट इसने दे दिया मला माफ करा, मला प्रश्न समझा नहीं.
बदलू शकाल का.
I hope it has heard. It has heard. हो मला घरकुल पाहिजे, काय केला पाहिजे. Is this the hopefully? Yeah, it has given something. जवाब लंबा सा दिया, but I can't read. But इसको voice में आ जाएगा. Let's check in voice. Voice कर रहा हूँ. Let me know whether it is correct or not. Let it be whatever.
तुम्हाला हे जाणून घ्यायचे आहे की तुम्हाला कोणत्या प्रकारचे घर हवे आहे आणि तुमचे बजेट काय आहे. मग तुम्हाला तुमच्यासाठी आदर्श ठिकाण शोधण्यासाठी वेगवेगळ्या शेजारी आणि समुदायांवर संशोधन करायला आवडेल. त्यानंतर तुम्हाला तुमच्या निकषांनुसार घर शोधावे लागेल आणि रिअल इस्टेट एजंट शोधून काढावा लागेल. अखेरीस तुम्हाला कर्जासाठी पूर्व मान्यता घ्यावी लागेल आणि ऑफर करण्याची प्रक्रिया सुरू करावी लागेल.
I don't know whether what you asked. Huh? So the idea is that we have been training it, and we have been training it on various schemes, and one pre-recorded, if we have time, I will just show about how we have trained it on PM Kisan scheme. So
hi, this is the demo of the Bhashini bot, which has been built combining the open source AI models on Indian languages, built as part of the Bhashini project, with the surprisingly capable GPT models coming from OpenAI. And this is meant more as a demonstration of what is possible when you have people communicating in their native tongue and also getting back responses in that, but calling a highly capable general intelligence model. In this case, this model has been fine-tuned to be highly accurate on the PM Kisan Yojana, which is the Prime Minister's scheme for farmers. Right? So let's get started and I'll say more about it. क्या मैं PM Kisan के लिए eligible हूँ? So I just recorded some audio with speaking in Hindi, and of course using code mixing, I said eligible and so on. And then I'm uploading this to WhatsApp. This is being picked up from there, and then you run the Bhashini models, which transcribe it into Hindi text that you see here. Then they are being translated, sent to the GPT model, which has given this response, right? यह देखने के लिए कि क्या आप PM किसान के लिए योग्य हैं, मुझे आपकी श्रेणी, आय की स्थिति और भूमि के प्रकार की जांच करने की आवश्यकता होगी. So basically it is saying, I need more details on certain things. And you can, of course, for those who don't read or find it more convenient to listen, they can play.
यह देखने के लिए कि क्या आप पीएम किसान के लिए योग्य हैं, मुझे आपकी श्रेणी, आय की स्थिति और भूमि के प्रकार की जांच करने की आवश्यकता होगी.
Right. So this is highly convenient, so you can read it as well. So I'm going to go and respond to this. मैं एक 2 एकड़ की जमीन पे खेती करता हूँ और लगभग 10,000 रुपए महीने का बनाता हूँ. So as part of the persona, I say that I'm a farmer who farms in a 2-acre field and make about 10,000 rupees per month. Now the GPT model in this case has been specialized to factually answer questions on eligibility based on the actual eligibility that the government has laid out. Right? So it says आपने जो जानकारी दी है उसके आधार पर आप पीएम किसान के लिए योग्य प्रतीत होते हैं. You appear to be eligible based on the details you have said. हालांकि मैं आपको पीएम किसान पोर्टल के साथ डबल चेक करने की सलाह देता हूं. I would recommend you to double check with the portal. So it's being conservative, not authoritative currently, right? And so that's good. So it seems like I'm eligible. I can say मुझे कितना पैसा मिलेगा? How much money would I get as part of the scheme? Right? So यदि आप पीएम किसान के लिए पात्र हैं तो आप रुपए प्राप्त करने की उम्मीद कर सकते हैं 3 समान किस्तों में 6,000 रुपए प्रति वर्ष, प्रत्येक 4 महीने में 2,000 रुपए. So it firstly retains the conversation context where it is.
So the idea is that what it does, and especially the way it has been trained in PM Kisan, कि like in the next question when you ask, you are not mentioning PM Kisan. You are just saying हमको कितना पैसा मिलेगा. But it remembers the context and then it refers to the PM Kisan scheme. So for every public scheme, because we feel that while apps and portals are very useful, but the Aam Aadmi, the 500 million people in India who might not have the capability or the ability to go and navigate a portal or download an app and register and get that information. But people are conveniently use WhatsApp, recording voice notes in their own language is very easy, and getting a voice information is very, very intuitive and very useful. So we are training it for getting prices of crops from the e-Naam portal, getting scheme eligibility कि मैं इतने वर्ष का हूँ, मैं इस जगह रहता हूँ, मैं इतनी इनकम है, मैं इस कम्युनिटी को बिलोंग करता हूँ, मुझे सरकार से क्या क्या मिल सकता है. So then it pulls the information from myscheme.gov.in and says that कि आपको फलाने डिपार्टमेंट से ये स्कीम मिल सकती है. So this really empowers the citizen. And in the next phase what we are trying to do is that since it's working on voice, and voice is converted to text, and text information is being pulled and being answered into voice only, we have done a pilot in which we can offer the same service or a feature phone user, those people who don't have a smartphone or don't have internet or don't even have WhatsApp, they can call a toll-free number and give the question on voice, and the back end processes it and answers it in voice. So that would be truly empowering the citizens. So I would conclude, we have got distinguished presenters for this session. They'll say that whenever we design an e-service delivery, we always have to keep the citizen in the mind, and citizens who are of the other side of digital divide, how will they access a service? How when we take anything online, are we like disenfranchising anyone? Are we creating the digital divides? So whenever we think of this, the first thing that will come is that how do we bring in assisted access, like common service centers? How do we bring in language inclusion? How do we bring in voice-enabled services? And there is no reason that if we can access services on, if we can use Alexa and Siri to listen to music, why can't we use voice command to get access and information about public services and transactional services? So with this, I would like to call upon our first presenter, Amit Arora, Municipal Commissioner, who has built a beautiful OTP-based feedback system. I saw the presentation in one of the awards that was there in Delhi, in the National E-Governance Awards, if I'm right. And I saw the presentation. Over to Amit for sharing about what you have done with the OTP-based feedback and public grievance management system.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. I think at the cutting edge, the maximum services that are provided are by any ULB. And grievance redressal for time immemorial has been the focus of most of the organizations that are giving public service delivery. To just give an idea, Rajkot is a city that has a population of about 20 lakhs. We have around close to 30-35 departments rolling out various services. Next, please. And to give a idea of the complaint load, RMC handles close to 30 to 35,000 complaints every month. Now that generates a lot of data. There are multiple modes of registration. So the idea behind developing this system was to somehow create a robust mechanism to get all these complaints on a single platform, to track them, to efficiently manage them, and to somehow build a robust database of the data that is generated through these grievances. With the advent of social media, new modes of registration were also coming up. And traditionally somehow we felt that a sort of mistrust existed between citizens and our governance structure. So citizens feel कि RMC कुछ नहीं करती है, हम complain करते हैं, कुछ होता नहीं है. The staff feels कि हम कुछ भी कर लें, public को कभी संतोष नहीं होता. And it's true. I mean, our governance levels have been increasing, but side by side, the expectation levels of citizens have also increased rapidly. So the idea was to build a system that is robust, that creates a faith in the citizens, that somehow allows the citizens and the governance machinery to engage with each other. Next, please. No, previous. Yeah. So, I mean, just giving up the features. The first idea was that we need all the registration mechanisms to be brought onto a single platform. So we had different drainage complaint lines running. We had street light registration counters running. We had our own website. We had a grievance redressal app. We had a call center 24/7 running. So the first idea was to get all these complaints onto a single platform. Different formats were in use in the different parts of the corporation. Each department was running its own small grievance cell. So the first part was to get all these grievances on a single platform. Second, to somehow create more engagement, we started an OTP-based system. So in an OTP-based system, so whenever a consumer registers a complaint and the service provider or our employee, when he goes to the place, he solves it, an OTP is generated and that OTP goes to the person who registered the complaint. And the complaint is marked as solved only when our employee enters that OTP along with the solution while marking the complaint as solved. Now that created a dialogue. Of course, there were issues, there were complaints ki, public OTP deti nahi, all sort, but somehow we have been running this system for about a year now and somehow it has settled. Secondly, we tried to very concretely define the service level parameters. We defined the service level agreement ki agar drainage hai to 24 hours mein solve hona chahiye, agar street light hai to 72 hours mein solve hona chahiye, agar koi construction related complaint hai to again 48 hours mein solve hona chahiye. Service level parameters were designed. We incorporated auto escalation, to agar koi complaint hai jisko open kiya jata hai, if the person is not satisfied, that automatically escalates to the higher up authority. So now that complaint can be closed only once that is entered. We started geo-referencing our complaints because एक complaint आती थी कि office में बैठे बैठे वो लोग complaint mark कर देते हैं solve. तो some of the departments, suppose solid waste है, street light है. So now that complaint can only be marked solved when the redressal authority goes into a radius of 20 meters from the place where a geo-reference photograph was uploaded. We started in the initial phase a lot of random assessment by the officials in which complaints were cross-checked, in which especially complaints that were closed without OTP. Now we came across cases, suppose कोई जा रहा है सड़क से, उसने एक garbage dump का photo upload कर दिया कि भाई यहाँ पे garbage clean होना चाहिए. Now when the complainant goes, he is not able to locate it. So we gave option कि you can force close it. So we started random verification of force closed complaints. We started a feedback mechanism ki after every complaint redressal, the complainant would be asked for a feedback on some of the parameters as to ki what was the quality of redressal, what was the behavior of the staff. We started a star rating system based on it कि हमारे कौन से departments हैं अभी 5-star rating पे काम कर रहे हैं, कौन से 4-star rating पे काम कर रहे हैं, कौन से हमारे employees हैं who are known for their good behavior with the public. We started recognizing them. We started a star employee system in our corporation. So somehow all that data that was being generated So all those public management stories, X theory, Y theory, we started somehow, implementing it. And I think in the course of 1 year, the results, I think we'll just go through the results. But somehow the system that was expected has sunk in. Next, please. This just shows a flowchart. You can reopen the complaint, you can escalate the complaint, you can, express displeasure through the feedback mechanism. Next. These are just of the features that I talked about. So, there is multiple modes of registration, OTP required, auto escalation. I think I've spoken about most of these features. Next. So, I mean, it was talked about in the inaugural session also. Now, all these complaints, so consider about 4 lakh complaints being generated in a year. So, a lot of data was generated. So, we started about 6 months back, we started really analyzing the data. We started, कि कहाँ से complaint आ रही है, किस type की complaint आ रही है, किस department से complaint ज़्यादा आ रही है, किस department की किस area में से complaint ज़्यादा आ रही है, कहाँ पर staff का feedback negative है, कहाँ से repeated complaints आ रही हैं. So now although these interventions are very simple, but this really helped us to plan. And I think in my 2-year tenure, this is one of the initiatives in which we saw some sort of public satisfaction being generated because of it. We started, pulling up officers जिनकी complaints बार-बार reopen हो रही थी. We started, sort of pre-planning कि अब हमें पता है कि suppose monsoon आता है, तो 3 इंच अगर rainfall, 3 इंच, 4 इंच से ज़्यादा rainfall हो रही है, तो हमें किस-किस areas से water logging की complaints आ रही हैं. So, for example, last monsoon we started keeping emergency teams for water logging in areas from where complaints were being generated, and all these complaints were geo-referenced. So we had a GIS database कि कल को बारिश ज़्यादा होगी, 4 इंच से ज़्यादा बारिश होगी, तो कहाँ से मुझे पानी भरने की complaint आनी है. We started, posting our teams in advance. So, and as I told, we started felicitating and penalizing our employees जिनका feedback आ रहा था positive या negative. So the idea was कि एक complete mechanism came up कि कोई भी complaint आए, वो हमें WhatsApp पे मिले, वो हमें कोई application देके जाए, चाहे मुझे कोई phone करता है. Once the complaints enter the system, it follows a very well-defined path. Next. So this is some of the data. तो एक जो पहले लोगों को लगता था कि हमारे स्टाफ में एक लगता था कि हम लोग कुछ भी कर ले, पब्लिक नाराज ही रहती है. Somehow the feedback that we started getting, so somehow 86%, and right now it stands as 90%, this needs to be updated. 90% of the people started giving positive feedback in the due course of time. Initially जो 72% था, that reached to 90%. The number of complaints that were being registered increased, which showed that somehow the trust that the public showed in our system was increasing. The number of complaints, the percentage of complaints that were being solved within 48 hours, that was one of our KPIs. Department-wise, ward-wise, the number of complaints that were being solved in 48 hours, they increased over a period of time. Next. So this just shows the feedback mechanism. I think I've already said this. Next. I'll quickly wind it up because I'm told that we have to rush through to the session. Next, please. So this just shows a comparative analysis where we were earlier and right now where we are. So as we can see, the 48 hours complaints that were about 60% of the complaints that were being solved within 48 hours. Right now that stands at 76%. Next. So just a slide on the future path. So right now we are working on an incentive mechanism कि can we incentivize our staff based on their performance. So अगर एक एजेंसी है जो हमारे ड्रेनेज कंप्लेंट्स के सॉल्यूशन के लिए है, so based on their performance in the grievance redressal as to number of complaints it is solving in 48 hours, the number of complaints that are not being reopened, can we incentivize, can we create an incentive structure for the agencies that are working with us and the staff that is working with us. We want to increase citizen engagement. Can we actively have them participating with us as far as feedback is concerned onto some of the problems that are concerned? Can we have a good data analytics structure as to we can plan more effectively and in advance, especially with repetitive problems that we are facing year after year, every year. So for example, in the month of, say, June, Rajkot normally is a very water scarce city. So we have a lot of complaints as far as water supply is concerned. So those jahan pe normally the reason for a delay in water supply is usually some sort of leakage, some sort of delay in operation of water valves by the staff. So can we somehow plan effectively and in advance that this robust data that we are having available with us can actually help us deliver better, especially for repetitive areas? We are already developing a social media module also for this, and by the way, this software was entirely developed in-house with absolutely zero cost. A number of corporations have approached us, like the power utility Jamnagar Corporation, who wants to use this software from us for software as a service. We are in talks with them also. So, and social media API integration we are pursuing, and I think it should be done in 2 to 3 months. So I think it's a very basic issue, grievance redressal, but I think it forms the core of governance of any organization that has a public interface or is dealing with the day-to-day lives of the citizen. I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. Myself Ramdas Jagtap, Deputy Collector, formerly working as a State Coordinator for Computerization of Land Record at Settlement Commissioner Office, Government of Maharashtra at Pune. I am here to present e-service portal of record of rights in the state of Maharashtra. Next please. In Maharashtra, Revenue Department has a 3 vertical working in the field: Core Revenue, headed by Collector; IJR and Stamps, headed by the IJR; and Land Record Department, headed by Settlement Commissioner and Director Land Record. IJR and Settlement Commissioners are working from the Pune for the state, and Settlement Commissioner in the state of Maharashtra as appointed as a Chief Coordinator or the Coordinating Officer for Computerization of Land Record in the state of Maharashtra. With the help of NLRMP project, thereafter called as a Digital India Land Record Modernization Program, DILRMP, digitization of computerization of land record in the state of Maharashtra has been completed. Being a huge state, more than near about 35 districts, 356 tehsils, and more than 44,000 villages, we have 2 types of record of rights in the state of Maharashtra. Rural, this is the 712 extract, village form number 712, that is Sadbara, called in Marathi. That is the record of right for the rural, and urban record of right also there in the city areas or where the city survey has been taken place. That is the property card. In rural area, there are more than 2.5 crores of 712 extracts, and in urban area, there is more than 60 lakhs of property cards. 99% of both the record of rights has been computerized, digitized, and digitally signed and available in the public domain. To download a digital signed copy, for that, government developed a portal called Mahabhumi portal. Mahabhumi is the name of the project which implement the computerization of land record in the state of Maharashtra under NLRMP or DLRMP. This is the portal where the free services and the paid premium services both are catered for. Digitally signed documents are available in public domain with the cost of 15 rupees per copy from the portal itself. Anyone in the country, outside the country, can apply, any citizen can register through a regular registration system or OTP based registration system and can download the digitally signed document. Main features we'll discuss about later. But along with the record of rights in rural area, that is Satbara or Civil Extract, all the property cards in the urban areas also digitized and available now. Along with this, Mahabhunaksha is a portal where the village maps are digitized and village maps are integrated with the ownership, that is the record of right. Exact location of any land parcel in the state can be identified along with the extent of ownership and the name, the person, the owning the land record. Along with this, we have a e-record subportal. E-record is the old records of record of rights, which is in the scanned format. आपको पता होगी कि हर एक तहसील में, हर एक सिटी सर्वे ऑफिस में रिकॉर्ड रूम होता है और उसमें पुराने जो रिकॉर्ड्स है, स्कैन्ड कॉपीज, उसको स्कैन करके अभी पोर्टल पे लाया गया है और दैट कैन बी डाउनलोडेड from anywhere in the country on your, it is available in public domain. These are the 3 premium services, but only the digitally signed document available is paid now. All other services are free till now. This portal has been developed since last 3 years and crores of the documents has been downloaded by the citizens. These are some free services also. E-Hacker is a online application, is a portal to apply online for the mutation, that is the change on the record of right. Online application can be submitted by the citizen from anywhere, attaching the required documents, scanned documents or photograph documents. दूसरी एक सुविधा है इसके अलावा, एक अपली चावड़ी, it's a digital notice board of that village particular. This is the portal where each and every village has a separate portal or has a separate digital notice board where the day-to-day happenings in the Talati office, that is Patwari office, can be seen, whether our application submitted, the mutation taken or not, whether the notices has been served, whether any objection raised against that mutation, whether the mutations are certified, any measurement being done at village levels, the notices of the measurement survey, and the procedure relating to the measurement status of measurement application. All these applications can be seen or monitored through the Apli Chaudi portal. Along with this, the Bholek is the document where view only Satbara or view only record of rights can be assessed. This is the free of cost, free service. Each and every citizen can see the exact ownership or exact extent of ownership on the record of rights. नहीं सर, फ्री में प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड नहीं है अभी. Only rural record of rights can be seen. Satbara can be seen freely. ATA can be seen freely. But property cards are only available in paid service. Digitally signed copy that can be downloaded. Along with the civil service court cases status can be seen from this portal. Maharashtra is the only state where the E-Committee of Supreme Court of India approved the mechanism to show the status on our portal. We have shared our 70 extract with the e-courts, and while filing e-filing of e-courts, registering a case in e-courts, Satbara is being linked, and according to that, each and every Satbara where the civil litigation is pending. That status can be shown here. This is the only service available in the India, Maharashtra state. This service has been started before 2 years back, and till now, not less than 8 lakhs properties has been attached to the civil court cases, and that is available in public domain also. Mutation application status is another free service, e-service, where the any application submitted to the Talati or the city survey officer can be monitored, can be seen, whether the application received, where the mutation taken, whether the notices has been served, whether any objection or objection has been raised, or the mutation status, mutation is certified or not. That can be seen by a document, registered document number wise or application number wise. Nowadays, registration department is fully in sync with the e-mutation module, and every application, every registered document which is to be registered on the record of right is being sent online to concerned Talati on the same instant, on the same time, on the same date, instantly, and the mutation, online mutation is happening, and the status of online mutation is being seen through this portal. Another one e-service is also available freely, that is the find city survey number of our survey number or gut number. This is the new service developed and provided where the city survey has been taken place and the properties are notified under section 122 of MLRC. There the rural record of rights will be closed down and new property cards will be generated, will be digitally signed and made available to the public. लेकिन पब्लिक को पता नहीं होता है कि मेरे सर्वे नंबर का कौन सा सिटी सर्वे नंबर मिला है, तो इसके कारण इसकी सर्विस दी है. अभी रिसेंटली सर्विस हैज बीन गिवन. चलो नेक्स्ट. These are the list of services. Next. These are the links available for each and every service. This is the portal where the all links are available. मैंने अभी बताया. नेक्स्ट. फ्री सर्विसेज की भी जो भी स्टेटस है वो भी अवेलेबल है. मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन में आपको पता चलेगा. नेक्स्ट. This is the digitally signed record of right ruler, that is Sadwara or civil dual extract. This document is digitally signed, does not require any special signature. This is legally valid document, can be accepted in every office or in the court of law. Every document is identified by a QR code along with the document ID that can be verified online. समझो आपने पास एक डिजिटली साइन पेपर पे एक सातबारा आया है, तो दैट कैन बी रीवेरिफाइड थ्रू द पोर्टल बाय वेरिफिकेशन आईडी. इसके नीचे से दिया है डॉक्यूमेंट आईडी, वो डाल के दैट डॉक्यूमेंट इज टू कैन बी वेरिफाइड. नेक्स्ट. दिस इज व्यू ओनली सातबारा with the watermark that it is not for legal purpose. This is free of cost service. More than 2 to 3 lakhs citizens using this service daily to view Sadbara and can be assessed. Next. Digital sign. This is the property card, digitally signed property card, same as with the Sadbara extract. It is also digitally signed, and 99% of property cards and 99.67% of Sadbara or village rural record of rights is available in public domain. Next. Next. These are the scanned documents, old documents. Not less than 30 crores of documents are scanned all over the state, and it is available on the public portal, public domain. Till date, 24 district data is available in public domain. बाकी का काम चल रहा है, लेकिन 24 available है. Next. Next. हाँ सर. Next. ये तो what are the main features of the e-service delivery mechanism? अब मैंने आपको बताया that document can be verified, legally valid, available at 99% document. Next. It is monetization of the service is done through PLA account. 1/3 share is given to the state government consolidated fund of account, and 2/3 is used for the computation of land records. Next. This is the statistics. So how the service is being used in the state in last some 2 to 3 years. It is proven that the e-service delivery in the state of Maharashtra for the record of right proves to be the best, and the fruits are being taken by citizens of Maharashtra. This is from my side. Thank you.
Respected session chair and all delegates, a very warm good afternoon to all. Patil, Special Secretary, General Administration Department, Government of Bihar. Before presenting on NESDA 21, I want to thank Secretary DRPG Srinivas sir, who has given me this opportunity to represent my state on this forum. First, we will see the objective of NESDA 21 with respect to Bihar, where we stand. So, next slide, please. Next. To give transparency, accountability, and time-bound public delivery system to our citizens, in Bihar, we are following 3 acts. That is Bihar Right to Public Service Act 2011, Bihar Right to Public Grievance Redressal Act 2015, and Bihar Government Servant Redressal Act System 2019, and the objectives is way forward. Now come to the next slide, please. Come to this background. We, the 80s and the 90s kids, we can easily correlate our childhood memories to that era, that is manual era. I clearly remember my father has applied for my residential certificate in the circle office, and after many visits and almost 2-month delay, he received my certificate. So I can say, which example I have given, that was a public service delaying system, not delivery system. So in 2010, Government of Bihar in its Sushashan, good governance agenda, incorporate transparency, accountability, and time-bound service delivery system as a legal right on its priority basis. Next page. Initially, we opted 53 services from the 10 departments, and currently we are running with the 153 services of the 14 department. And day by day, we are trying to maximize these services. As the NESDA recommendation also has given that there are 56 services we have to cover. So we are trying for that. And out of the total number of about 33 crores application received last dates, so the system has ensured that about 32.9 crores application was disposed. That is the total 99% of the success rate. Application can be filled online or digitized at the Lok Seva Kendras at the 38 districts, subdivision 101, blocks 543, and the panchayat level 8,471. Next. These are the department-wise notified public services. In GAD, we are giving 23 services, transport department like 25. Next. These are the department-wise services, especially from the GAD. It covers 74%, that is the 24.7 crores application we have disposed. Next. And these are the services we are giving, like caste, income and residential certificate, registration, social security pensions, we are also covering. Next. So in order to ensure transparency and accountability in the public delivery system, in GAD that is made totally online, and the services of the certificate has now exceeded more than 94%. And from the submission of application and verification of the application, approval, rejection of the application, everything is online. The citizen can avail these services anytime through any network, from anywhere and by any other means. Next. Next is implementation of, Next is implementation of Bihar Right to Public Grievances Redressal Act 2015. As I said earlier, next page please. As I said earlier that in Bihar, this is also a legal right. So So there is a working time for this disposal of grievances, that is 60 days. And we have sorted out the nature of complaint that are considered to be 514 types. And this is the free of cost. Anyone can file a grievances, and there is so they can fill their grievances like telephone, postcard, email, web portals, and mobile apps also. Next page. This act covers entire state and all 44 departments. The administrative structure has 3 tiers. At the sub-divisional level, presided officer at the rank of SDM. At the district level, presided by the officer rank of ADM, and the department level rank of deputy secretary. There is an independent administrative structure of the public grievance redressal officer, that is PGRO, with the quasi-judicial powers. Next. Here every complaint is acknowledged and all data are digitized, and the complainants are given chance to personally appear before the PGRO and can argument with the public authority also. The attendance of the public authority is made compulsory, and if he fails, so collection of fine is also there, and the disciplinary action is also we can take. So till now, for more than 24 lakh rupees fine has been collected, and against 812 officers disciplinary action has been taken. So there are provision of 2 levels of appeal also. At the subdivision PGRO, that goes appeal to the ADM level PGRO, and after that it goes to DM level. And second layer of appeal is also the ADM level PGROs, and after that it goes to commissioner, and after that it goes to principal secretary of the department. Feedback and satisfaction can also be recorded through lokshikayat.bihar.gov.in. Next page. So this is about achievement. Till now we have received 12.87 lakh grievances, and we have disposed 12.51 lakhs till now. That is 92% of disposal, and we have made PPT please. That is, I'm seeing from that side. Okay. So here we can see the year-wise received and disposal grievances. Next. Here are the top grievances related to encroachment and complaint related to electricity bill. Next is land dispute and breach of peace. Next. Here are the top 10 departments from where we are receiving the grievances, that is the Revenue and Land Reform Department, Home Department. Next. And the last we are working here is Bihar government servant, because grievance redressal system, because as we know in High Court also there are many cases related to retirement benefits and the regular service servant also. Next page. So this system has been launched by Honorable CM on 2019. There is one service grievance redressal officer, SGRO, at the district level and in the department level also. Next. Till now we have received 7,610 complaints and we have disposed 6,963 and rest is in process. Next. So these are the government servant complaint related to department, that is health department, education department, water resources department. Next. These are the district, Gaya, Patna, Siwan. Next. This is a few number, the pension related, gratuity related, group insurance related. Next. Nesta 21 has given many recommendations and now we are trying to, already we have done so far, but we are also creating digital ecosystem. Now we are providing sector specific services. We are improving the accessibility, focusing more on the security of the public data, and we are providing multiple benefits that is reducing the friction between the system and the citizen, and we are trying to increase trust in the system so that the citizen can get high level of satisfaction and experience. That is from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Before we leave for lunch, before we disperse for lunch, I have some important announcements. One is about the feedback form. So you must be having feedback forms in your folders. So please submit it on the registration counter. If you need a feedback form, that also you can get it at the registration counter. I invite Shri Dilip Shinde, Commissioner, Maharashtra Right to Service Commission, to felicitate the dignitaries. Also, today we'll come back in half an hour after lunch because today is the last day and many people want to go. They have their flights booked. So please be here in half an hour. The chairperson. Amit Arora ji, thank you so much. Shri Ramdas Jagtap ji. Madam Rachna Patil ji. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, please, we'll have a group photo. These are the beautiful memories to be cherished. One group photo. Thank you very much, everyone. So we will be back at 2:50. Thank you so much.